for that change, and we are delighted to be hosting this conference with them. So just briefly before I invite the Dean of Lagos Business School, Professor Chris Ogbeche, to give his address, just to talk a little bit about the team. We know that the expansion of international trade and increasing integration of the global value chain raise questions about how trade and sustainability interact, complement, hinder each other. It is evident how global trade can support the economic pillar of sustainability. Global trade has played a significant role in reducing poverty, creating jobs, promoting economic growth. However, economic systems exist with society and planetary ecosystem. And in light of this, the 2021 International Sustainability Conference will focus on relationships between global trade and the three pillars of sustainability, which are environmental, social, and economic development. For today, of course, we know that this is a two-day conference, today and tomorrow. But for today's session, after the Dean of Lagos Business School gives his welcoming remarks, we will have a keynote address. And that will be given by Mr. Raza Jaffa, who is a serial entrepreneur that we all know. He's also the founder of Global Sustainability Network. After his address, we're going to have a panel discussion that will look at financing micro, small and medium scale enterprises from subsistence to emerging market status. It will be a very rich panel discussion, given the panel members that we have. After which, we're going to have a case presentation of sustainable finance, international finance, and that will be given by IFC, International Finance Corporation. And then closing the day will be a panel discussion on business accountability for social impact, which, as we will see, will also be a very enriching discussion. So to get things properly started, let me welcome Professor Chris Ogbeche, the Dean of Lagos Business School and Professor of Strategic Management, to give his opening remarks. Professor Ogbeche, please.
Thank you very much, Franklin. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Good morning, Prof.
Welcome to the 2021 edition of the Lagos Business School International Sustainability Conference. I'm glad you are here to join us. And I believe that you have joined us because you think that you are going to get enormous benefit from spending a few hours with us today and tomorrow to engage in what I call an important conversation with our colleagues in different parts of Africa, different parts of the world. The International Sustainability Conference is an annual dialogue, as Franklin has already mentioned, a platform to inspire business leaders to embed sustainability and responsible business practices in their organizations, strategy, and operations, to make a positive impact, not only on their business performance, but on society as well. This conference comes at a unique time when the global economy continues to battle with the adverse impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Whenever we think we're about to get out of it, one variant surfaces. Right now, we are battling with a new one, and nobody knows what's the impact that you have on the economies of the world. It also comes at a time when Nigeria is recovering from the social and economic shocks of the recent EndSARS mass demonstration across the country. Like Nigeria, several countries have recently experienced civil unrest, which further compounds the volatility in today's business environment, but also sends strong signal to businesses. The various problems in the world today further emphasize the need for sustainable development. Development that meets the needs of the present, but doesn't take away the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So today, we'll be discussing and deliberating how developing economies, in particular, can maximize global trade for sustainable development. The speeches, panel discussions, case studies, and other sessions will explore key areas, including sustainable finance and climate investments. This is important because to make a successful transition to a sustainable economy, a significant amount of investment in MSMEs and infrastructure is needed. Therefore, achieving global commitments in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development will require ambitious and impactful strategies. The second area discussion is business accountability for social impact. You see, many people, particularly in Africa, still associate business as just being interested in financial returns on investments. However, it's interesting, particularly among the young ones, that there's a growing understanding that social impact is the business of business. This team brings these two ideas together to seek and showcase the impact business can have in society, especially when they choose to be accountable. This implies running purpose-driven organizations. Also implies moving from focus on balance sheet to focus on balanced development. The third area is regional trade and sustainable impact. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement has the potential to fuel sustainable development and growth in Africa if we take advantage of it and if we manage it well. So there are conditions. The trade agreement, which connects 1.3 billion people across 55 countries, and that number is going to grow significantly. These 55 countries also have a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion. This agreement is expected to increase the volume of intra-Africa trade, which at this moment is less than 20% of total trade in Africa, by more than 81% by 2035. This is a tall order, and we need a lot of collaboration and partnership to make it happen. If this happens, it's going to create unlimited opportunities for African manufacturers, SMEs, and workers. And knowing fully well that Africa, that will be housing place of almost 40% of world youth. How do we harness this for sustainable development? Enhance long-term growth, reduce poverty, and broaden economic inclusion in Africa, especially in the areas of quality education and resilient healthcare. Underlining our discussions today is this thought: the expansion of international and regional trade, as well as the increasing integration of global value chain, raise questions about how trade and sustainability interact, complement, and hinder each other. Of course, trade implies exporting, selling products and services beyond one's border or location. Let's explore how we can maximize it for creating ecosystems of impact by reducing poverty, creating jobs, particularly for the youth, and promoting inclusive economic growth. Over the next few hours, I encourage you to stay logged in. Share your thoughts and ideas in the chat box and ask a lot of questions through the Q&A session. Have a pen and a notebook close by or a tablet to take some notes and document your learnings. I would like to say a big thank you to our wonderful partners, speakers, participating organizations, and the Sustainability Center here at Lagos Business School, who have worked tirelessly to put this together. Once more, welcome to the 2021 International Sustainability Conference. I wish you all a wonderful learning experience and fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Many thanks to you, Professor of Strategic Management and Dean Lagos Business School, Professor Chris Oguche. Thank you so much for that very amazing opening remark. My name is Moyo Sorioluwa Elesho Otefia, and I'm going to be the moderator for this conference. Like Professor rightly said, this is a two-day conference, and we hope to engage as much as we can. And of course, at the end of the day, move from the dialogue to action. In case you're just joining us, welcome once more to the International Sustainability Conference with the theme, Maximizing Global Trade for Sustainable Development. Again, we are going to continue this conversation to ensure that we get to the part where we are able to say that we are charged to, break forth every form of economic decrease and ensure that growth is what we are looking forward to as a people all over the globe. Poverty eradication are some of the things that we'll also be deliberating on, and things that we can do to ensure that we kick it out as a people. So wherever it is you're joining us from around the globe, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, whatever time it is over there. So before we go on to the keynote address right now, we're going to quickly get onto a video presentation, and thereafter we'll come to the keynote address. I see that there's a lot of engagement going on already in the comment section, which is actually very beautiful. Keep it going. We'll definitely come back to that in a little bit.
If you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. My name is Raza Jaffer, and I'm the founder of Global Sustainability Network and currently based in Dubai. GSN was founded in 2015 with myself, Bishop Sanchez from the Vatican, and Lord Bishop Alistair Redfern from Church of England. GSN was founded to help support heroes who are working around the world to fight modern-day slavery. And we've got a huge task ahead of us as a commitment signed by 193 countries to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So our purpose is actually to support organizations who are our heroes in ending modern-day slavery.
Stop sharing.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that one. Very shortly, I believe we can now move on to having our keynote speaker, who, by the way, we just saw a very short clip from. While that is about to start, please remember again that you can engage in the comment section. Being a virtual event, that's definitely a great place to be, even as you pay attention to the conversation going on right here. Like Prof said, the Dean of Lagos Business School said, please come get your pen and of course your jotter. I have mine right here to jot as much as I can, or maybe use your tablet while you have the conversation going on. I hope that we are very charged for this session, because this is going to be the keynote address as well as the point of opening for everything that we're going to have in this two-day packed conversation. I will now bring on stage the keynote speaker, Mr. Raza Jaffer, the founder of Global Sustainability Network and UAE and Global Humanitarian. Mr. Raza is the founder of Global Sustainability Network, which brings leaders from different sectors to achieve United Nations SDG goal number 8. One of his other projects included the development of Emirates Financial Tower, as well as the fact that he is a member of Senegal's Global Philanthropy Circle and currently focused on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, just put in the comment section a round of applause as we welcome on stage Mr. Raza Jaffer.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa, for the wonderful introduction. I want to thank LBS. I want to thank everybody who has helped me get this opportunity to address you all. Dr. Franklin, what you were saying is absolutely correct. Alongside Professor Chris, what you talked about sustainability. You know, we start with, I must say that, you know, I came in and I saw such well-dressed gentlemen that I had to go back, put on a jacket because I felt a little underdressed. So I want to start this discussion today, more of a discussion than just one-sided speech. Unfortunately, we are not there in physical presence, but I do feel that we are all around in the same room. Our historical saying used to be, give man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach him how to fish, you feed him for life. Unfortunately, the mankind did not realize teaching man how to fish does not mean that this person becomes responsible. This person could become literally an animal himself by being so greedy to destroy the environment, to enslave people and have shipping trawlers. And yeah, we taught about a ship, but we didn't teach him the limits and the understanding of sustainability. Hence, I think we do need to go back to the drawing board and talk about teach men how to fish sustainably, and you feed the whole village. You don't only feed that man. That's where we are today. There's no doubt that trade and economic development is what will take us into more prosperous and healthy future. That's exactly going to teaching men how to fish. But teaching men how to fish sustainably, like going into prosperous future, we cannot do it at a cost of human exploitation at any time. How can we ignore the facts behind our supply chain? Today, we are looking at a great deal on Oxford Street, a 10-pound shirt. Amazing, very good deal. People want to buy it. But I think we need to understand who's actually paying the price for it. Where is it coming from? Human exploitation in our supply chain, I think, needs to be addressed more aggressively by consumer awareness. Look at the human exploitation within Africa in mining industry, and not only Africa, all over the world. How the technology industry is making exponential growth in their profits and reserves, while well-deserving people who are diving deep into mines are not being treated properly. People are being enslaved to do the job. So I think looking at our supply chain is very important. Are we going to do what people have been doing to us for generations? Or are we going to break the chain? And in all literal sense of the word, we do need to break the chains of slavery now. Modern day slavery is not acceptable in any shape or form. This has been something that you can hear from the governments, from the faith leaders, and I think businesses do accept, and a lot of ethical and responsible businesses understand the value of ensuring eradication of slavery from their supply chain. But a lot of people don't. We're still looking for good deals without caring about who's paying the price for it. Hence, I think we need to, first of all, come to this conclusion that modern day slavery is not acceptable in any shape or form. We need to work together. We need to work towards sustainable economic growth and question ourselves all the time about triple bottom line of our businesses or triple bottom line of the organizations we work in. For those of you who do not know the word triple bottom line, which I think most of you would be aware of, it is the first bottom line is your economic bottom line. That's where you started the business. But not at the cost of environment. So please check your environment impact of your business on the environment. Third is your social impact. How is this business of yours helping the communities and the society? Most of the businesses help the society. Most of the businesses have a good social impact. And nobody has bad intentions to go and do businesses which will harm people. Well, not everybody has that intention. Now we're looking at simple things, denim jeans. A lot of the Western world said, oh, we don't make these dirty sort of processes. We outsource them to countries like Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, etc. Well, just throwing your problem away is not going to make your problem go away. Right? Human exploitation in these countries, the sweatshops in these countries, it should not be acceptable. We should keep an eye on our supply chain. Hence, I go back to saying, looking at triple bottom line is very important. Whenever you're doing something, or even if you're working in an organization, do question the ethos of the company you work with. Right? Youth employment and job creation. In today's world, youth employment is a major issue. There is a lot of youth who's well educated coming into the job market, and we don't have enough opportunities for them. We need to attune the entire education system with job needs coming in. We keep on producing BCom, BAs, etc., and keep issuing degrees without looking at what is the need in the market. If the market needs more coders, if the market needs more engineers, if the market needs more skilled workers, we need to go towards educating people for the need of the businesses. So that's why we need to focus on youth employment, which is a very important issue. As it is, job creation is a major issue to talk about because of innovation, because of COVID, because of so many other issues. You can see that we keep on losing jobs. We need to work towards proper aligned strategies to job creation. We also need to understand that according to many studies, up to 15% of the global population are the people who are challenged in some form or the other, are people of determination. We don't see inclusion of such people in our communities. We don't see inclusion of such people in banks, in large employment organizations, in service industry. They are part of our family. They are living in our families. We cannot make them feel that they are burden to the society. We need to allow incorporation of people, and we need to be more inclusive. We do need to look at, when we talk about sustainable economic development, we do need to take into account issues such as equal pay for equal work. There are many countries, and they're not even ashamed of it, and they don't even feel there's anything wrong with it. Forget about ashamed of it. They don't even feel that there's anything wrong with it, where it is equal pay for equal work. If I have a job and I am just as qualified and as experienced as the next person, I should not be discriminated in my salary package because of my nationality. So equal pay for equal work, which is part of UN SDG Goal 8. Youth unemployment issues and job creation, sustainable economic development, all these things are very, very important, including ending modern-day slavery. But we need to start looking at it very seriously. Modern-day slavery is not just simply having bonded labor. Yes, it includes bonded labor, but it also includes human trafficking, exploitation for human beings, for sex, for organ trafficking, and many other kinds. And this is something that I would like all of you to look at some point or the other, that how businesses include slavery and many forms of slavery for financial gains. It is not something that can be ignored anymore. Hence, we all need to come together and try to work collaboratively towards achieving SDG 8 with others, like faith, governments, businesses, media, non-profits, and academia. We all need to work together and work with United Nations SDGs. There are 17 goals. Today we are talking about SDG 8, which is Sustainable Economic Development. But the solution to that is not going on our own or trying to think we will fix ourselves by our government only or our NGO only. I think we all need to work with one another. because this is what will take us to the next phase. We are all living in one world. We must realize this is the only world we live in. We are in one world. We need to take care of our one world. We should learn to respect beyond geographical and political interests. Thank you very much. I wanted to pass this message on to you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for sharing with us this morning. Indeed, those are powerful words, and it again reminds us of the common goal we are all looking forward to at the end of this dialogue, which is to ensure that we can pinpoint some of the things we need to do right now to continue to push for economic growth, eradicating of poverty, as well as ensuring job creation. Thank you for putting those words out there, Mr. Raza. We do appreciate you. Thank you very much. Again, ladies and gentlemen, just like you did the first time, in your comment section, please drop those round of applause for our keynote speaker for today. Thank you so much as you do that. Again, do not forget to engage as we continue, network as much as possible. We're talking about collaborating, so you can for sure, or you can be sure that people who would want to collaborate with you as we take the dialogue to the next level, which is the action phase, are definitely in this meeting. So yes, make sure you talk to someone, share with someone, even as you also listen to all of our speakers on the platform. It's a 2-day event, so we only just got started and a lot more is coming your way. To move on very quickly, we're now going to get onto the panel discussion. The first panel discussion for the conference. Just to put this out there, while you get value from this dialogue, remember that you can drop your thoughts on social media, making use of the official hashtag for this event. We have about 3 of them. You can make use of any one just to connect with somebody on other platforms as you get the conversation going. The hashtag, official hashtag for the event include ISC 2021. You can also use the hashtag Sustainable Global Trade or the hashtag Sustainable Africa. Make use of any of these 3 while the conversation is going on, and we'd love to connect with you on all platforms. As you can see, from Facebook to Twitter to WhatsApp to YouTube, every other platform that you've got here, would love to connect with you. So make sure you use the hashtag while you make your post or share your thoughts across the platforms. Thank you very much for doing that. And thank you for being such an interactive audience at this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, now we go to the panel session, like I rightly said. And this panel discussion is the first for the conference. This is day 1, in case you're just coming in. And the topic for the panel session is financing micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises for subsistence to global, or from subsistence to emerging market status. I'll take that once more. Financing micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises from subsistence to emerging market status. We have 2 panelists and a moderator, and I'm just going to quickly bring them up on stage to get the conversation on. Our first panelist for this panel session is Mr. Iyoluwa Aboyeji, and he is the founder and general partner, Future Africa, a platform that provides capital, coaching, and community for mission-driven innovators, building an African future where purpose and prosperity is within everyone's reach. Prior to co-founding Future Africa, he served as a Deputy Director General for the Madam Obieze Kwesili 2019 presidential campaign, and he also helped to build Andela and Flutterwave, 2 of Africa's largest and fastest growing technology companies backed by global investors. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage with me, Mr. Iyoluwa Aboyeji, also known as E. I'm sure he's here somewhere, so I'm going to introduce our next speaker or panelist before we have all the panelists, or both of the panelists, as well as the moderator speak. The second panelist for this session is Dr. Fatoumata Sekuna Poka, who is the chairman, Afrivest Limited, and founder, as well as CEO, White Group Holdings. She has over 20 years of experience working with Fortune 500 companies in high-tech industry, including extensive global management responsibilities at IBM in the United States of America, African experience at Microsoft and Nigerian experience at Soft Solutions Limited, a Nigerian information technology solutions company. A specialty in global and emerging markets has enabled her to work with a wide variety of companies in the USA, Africa, India, as well as the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause as well, join me as I welcome on stage Mrs. Fatumata Sekuna Kuka. You're very much welcome. And to introduce the panel moderator, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome the Director, MBA Programs, Lagos Business School, who is going to moderate this session, Dr. Henrietta Oweguzie. Please take over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eleso. Welcome everyone to this very interesting topic. As we all know, whether in developed or developing countries, we have, sorry, I just get my video started. Yes, so welcome everyone to the session. The topic of SMEs is a very important one, whether in developed or developing countries, because we know that SMEs are the primary generators of employment. And so in thinking about how we fund SMEs, in thinking about how we help SMEs grow, we know that funding, though important, is not the most important thing, but hey, it's what most people tend to push forward as soon as we talk about support for SMEs to grow. So with me are two very enlightened panelists, and I'd like to start with Fatumata, not just because it's ladies first, but because I'd like her to talk from an investor's perspective about what it is she looks out for, what we should be looking out for in terms of how investors make decisions about who to fund, and what's really important for SMEs to attract funding, and also more importantly, to succeed, grow, and survive in a sustainable way. Fatumata, Dr. Fatumata.
Well, thank you very much, Henrietta. That's a long one, huh? So let's take it bits and pieces. So when we talk about MSMEs, we have to break them into different silos, if you will, not silos, but in categories. So earlier today, we were having a conversation. I was sharing with you that most of our MSMEs are people just trying to survive. They're trading. It's about feeding today. And then we have the other ones that come in trying to solve a problem and create some stability for finances and so forth. And then you have the ones that have done really well and have funding and money. So when we're talking about what is attractive to an investor, it's the middle and the latter part, not the everyday trading, SMEs, which really makes up a whole bunch of the demographic. So take for just Nigeria, we have 44, I think, and counting, just SMEs, right? And they are 80% of our employment. They from 1 or 3 to 10, most of it. So when you're looking at an investment, for an SME perspective in Africa, we're looking at something that is purpose-driven, that is sustainable, a business that says that I'm changing or solving a problem that is going to be changing the way we do things on the continent. That's what we look for. Like, for example, my co-panelist, he saw a problem he needed to solve. And that problem not only solved one part, but also created opportunities across the vertical for many other things, right, to be solved, and opportunities for employment and so forth. So what is important is there a purpose for this particular business? And does the business model fit our economy? Africa is, I call it the sachet economy. We buy as little as we can afford, as many times as we want. And if people coming to service our need and services here do not understand that, it becomes a market that is not profitable. That's not true. You need to also understand our attitude to buying. So we look at that kind of business model. Is your business model really understanding the market that it's in, or you're just cutting and pasting and coming in to this market? So purpose has to be there. Sustainability of that purpose have to exist. And of course, last but not the least, is it profitable, right, for the investors to also put the money? Most of what I see is in the second category that I described, the opportunity is. Because for us, that second category is the people that really have seen the problem and want to solve it. And they want to be able to change something. So it's about enablement. It's about creating the capacity for them to do it. Money will come, but the first thing that investor look at is not just, oh, well, how much money to throw about it. Well, what if the team can't manage it? What if they don't have the capacity to manage that investment? That means that everything you're going to put in is going to go down. So those are the three things I would say that I look at, and I encourage others that I will be investing with to look at. Are we changing something? Is it sustainable? And is it really going to make a difference in what we're trying to do? Last but not the least, is it profitable for everyone that is going to be vested? So I hope I answered your question, because your question was a little long and I'm just trying to put everything in there.
Yes. So it was basically to tell us what SMEs should know about how investors make decisions, investing decisions in them. And I think you answered appropriately. Okay, so you've pointed out that it's not just about making profit, but you want to know if the management is able to manage the business in a successful and sustainable manner, so that way their investment, they can get the return on investment when they do invest. Okay, and before I move over to Iyi, I'd just like you to comment very briefly about, because we're talking about businesses scaling. Okay, so a business starts and then maybe gets investors and is able to scale. We've seen quite a number of Nigerian businesses, lose out to venture capital PE firms. So what's your advice regarding these this sector you've mentioned you're interested in funding? What's your advice regarding the kind of relationship they should be, or the kind of funding they should be looking for, or the partners they should be working with to ensure that we don't see more of this happening? Because these are relatively medium-sized businesses trying to grow big, and then suddenly they lose the ownership of their businesses to PE firms. So what would be your recommendation? You're muted, Fatoumata, you're muted. You need to unmute.
Sorry. I'll go back to what I was saying. It's a purpose-driven, right? I mean, we have a young investors, founder on this platform. I know he can add his voice to this. What is it that you're trying to accomplish? What is your purpose in bringing this business to birth? And because you understand what you're driven to do, there are partnerships that you won't get into, and there are monies that you won't invite into that birthing, because you wanted to grow to do a certain thing. Okay. Now, because we've had our unicorns, there's a lot of businesses that have been purposely built to be bought, because they feel that's how they're going to get that quick money and then they move to something else. What we're trying to encourage, I think, on this platform is that we want sustainable business that will solve our problem on the continent, that will have the trajectory for a longer time. So when there is an investor coming in, that business is not built to be sold. It's built to solve a problem and to change our society in a way that makes us better in the scheme of the global economy. I mean, today, if we look at the research, there are billions of dollars that's been put into, this talk about emerging markets, and I think I have some of the numbers here from World Bank, right? That has been put out there. For example, if you just look at what the number says from the IFC, how much money that has been put in for growing businesses. I mean, it's like 1.2 trillion that is needed to get into this market. Africa alone, maybe 70% lack that kind of credit. So there's so much more we can do to accomplish a lot more economic stability. However, if our young folks and those that are coming into this new spheres are building businesses to be sold, we need to help to change that mentality. We need to build businesses with a purpose that will be sustainable to change this continent. We have over 600 million, I think, of SMEs trying to do little things. What are the regulators doing to make sure that these people come into the fore of that second category I talk about? What are we doing as so-called advisors? What are schools like LBS doing to bring programs to bear to make sure that we're creating the entire ecosystem that will encourage that sustainability, that will encourage more unicorns? In Nigeria, we have 200, right? That has been invested, maybe $60 million, $600 million. That's nothing. That's nothing. So we need to build more and more that. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Fatimata. I guess you've just described to us the whole idea of shared value, where you give value to receive value. In other words, how SMEs should seek to make money from making a difference. And I think we have the perfect example with us. He is still very young, but has achieved a lot of recognition globally. And so if you could just tell us your journey from Andela to Future Africa and what has helped you grow so fast and achieve so much relevance internationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Hi, E.
Hi, Dr. Fatimata. Thank you so much for having me here, Dr. Henrietta and Dr. Fatimata. The broader point that has been made about business with purpose is extremely important, and I think it's really at the center of the journey. Many people talk about the journey from Mandela, but the journey really started 10 years ago. While I was in university, I tried to build a business, and the business failed, primarily because in hindsight, what was driving the business was not the necessity of being useful to anybody, but kind of the ego trip that comes with running your own company. And it took me a bunch of failures to get to the point where I started to prioritize impact as the most important reason to create a business. And with Andela, where we helped young people, brilliant young people, starting in Nigeria and then ultimately across the continent, build a platform, for lack of a better way to put it, that essentially helps them to be able to learn how to build software and then be placed with global technology companies all over the world. Being in a position to support these young people to take their incomes from $100 a month when they started with us in 2014 to over the following 4 or 5 years, grow their incomes to as much as $100,000 a year by working with technology companies. I think that's what made Andela a very special company and has delivered kind of the returns everybody has referred to today. It wasn't work I did alone, but it was done with a very special group of people who were very big believers in this mission that we had, that if we could succeed in training 100,000 technology leaders across Africa, we could transform the face of the continent. And indeed, we've been able to do that. Andela really did open the doors for remote work across the continent and set up an entirely new economy for young people. I wasn't tied to the geographic reality of doing business in Nigeria, which has been very helpful, especially at this time when there are lots of barriers to local commerce and trade. Simultaneously, also in Flutterwave, we had a similar story where we're trying to build the rails, the payment rails to connect Africa to the global economy. And I remember at that time when we started, there was InterSwitch and many other very illustrious payment companies, but they were primarily focused on the local companies or companies that had the resources to integrate into their systems, which was not a lot of companies. What we did at Flutterwave was to open up the African small business to the global economy and make it possible for them to be able to sell their wares globally by being able to accept any method of payment across the continent and around the world. And this has transformed a lot of people's businesses. You know, you have fashion designers who are now able to, you know, sell their goods in America from Nigeria, leveraging Flutterwave's payment platform, and they get paid in foreign currency. And so as a result, again, they have an opportunity to operate above the current market conditions, which are not the most favorable. And we provided another alternate path to middle-class status for a lot of these small businesses. So I think as a model, there's a big lesson to learn from those true innovations from the African ecosystem. It's really understanding that we have no choice but to focus on how we can leverage entrepreneurship to transform people's lives. How can we be a platform for others? How can we ensure that our business is answering the question, what will this make possible for other people, right? And the more we answer that question, ironically, the more financially prosperous we become. Because, you know, naturally, if you create value for someone, capturing it is simply a function of strategy. But if you're not creating any value, then you have to employ underhand tactics in order to be able to capture value that does not exist. And I think that's the big lesson that I've personally learned from all of this. Thank you. You're muted.
Yeah, thank you, Edie. I think you're touching a very important topic here because traditionally people associate being impact-driven or being value-driven to achieving below market returns. And so because they want to achieve the highest maximum profit they can make, they think that the way to go is by being a shark, okay, like you said, then having to employ all kinds of tactics to make sure that they get value where there's no value being given. So would you say, in summary, would you say that being impact-driven is profitable, or would you say it leads to below market returns from your experience so far?
Oh, I think something is wrong if something that is impactful delivers low market returns. That's what I believe. It means there's something not working. I am a big believer, within the firm would say, we believe in high returns and high impacts.
Absolutely.
The two go together. Mm-hmm. So whenever we're confronted with a situation where there is high impact and there is no return, it means, okay, there's something to be done there because the entrepreneur may just not be well adept in capturing value. So it's very easy to fix that problem, right? We just need to help them identify, oh, here are the ways you can capture value and so on and so forth. But if it's as a result of, there's low return, I think when you investigate it, you will find that it follows low impacts. Perhaps the person has spent too much of the money and making themselves comfortable at the expense of the people they should serve. So it's probably worth it to send some auditors into the organization to find out what is really going on. But the reality is high impact and high returns go hand in hand.
Okay, so thank you. In fact, you've come to the same conclusion as Jack Ma, who said, if you want to remain small, solve small problems. And if you want to be big, solve big problems. So I think that one big takeaway from listening to you is the understanding that genuine entrepreneurship is intrinsically social. And so if you want to make money, solve a problem, be clear about the problem you're solving, because those who have that problem will readily patronize you. Okay, so just one last question to Fatimata before I come back to Ini for his parting shots. So in one word, Fatimata, what would you like SMEs to keep in mind in terms of attracting investments? What would you say? What would be your message?
My message will be clear about what problem you're solving and why you're solving that problem. I think sometimes we don't understand that owning a business, I always use this example. I said, look, if you are going to date someone, you do an investigation. You want to know who he is, who she is, what background, where they come from, so forth and so on. That same process needs to happen with your business, because it's a relationship that you're going to go. It's not so much about the person giving you the money. It's about whether you want that money and what the terms of that money is going to do to the vision and to the purpose that you're trying to achieve. So please, to all of our entrepreneurs listening, be very, very proactive in how and what you want to bring into your relationship with where you're going with your purpose. Clear purpose, why you're doing it, and also investigate whoever wants to join you on that journey, to make it happen. That high impact and high returns will happen when you have the right partnership. So it's very important. The other point is always question your business model when it's saying you need money. Oh, why do I need money? For what? And this money is going to bring, and how it's going to, like he was just saying, if you're doing high impact and you're not getting the high returns, maybe you got overfunded too early. Maybe the monies that you got wasn't put in the right things to get the vision and the business going. So don't be too quick to make funding your issue. Have you really sweat that investment originally that you put in? Are you willing to make that hard adjustment to get more efficient, and so forth? So there's a lot more. And I think most of our entrepreneurs need to seek for knowledge. Go for the capacity building, go for the courses that will help you understand not only your finances, but how to run an operation effective and efficiently. There are so many business models out there that you can take and you can use. But like I said, you're in a market that is a sachet economy. And the lower pyramid of our society is where the services are needed. And there's a lot of people. And I use a strategy called rich, yield, and frequency. So if you're rich and your yield or your frequency are all in line and you understand it, then you have a business model that will be impactful and it will bring you high returns. There are businesses that we're running today that we're looking for high yield when you shouldn't be. You should be looking for reach and frequency. How many times someone is using my service and how many people are using my service, not how expensive it is. So we just need to understand that, get more education and know what we are looking to achieve before we start looking for other people's money. I think that will be my advice to our audience.
Yeah, awesome points, Fatimata, because yes, very frequently we see people flaunt the fact that money is their problem, when in actual fact, it's actually business knowledge, business management knowledge, and absence of that's the problem, because it's not automatic that once you get money, you'll be successful in business, okay? So that's really key. The other confusion, as you've also alluded to, is when we confuse vocational training with entrepreneurship or business, okay? It's one thing to being a good cook doesn't necessarily mean you can run a restaurant. Being a good doctor doesn't mean you can run a hospital. There are two different skill sets. Okay, so today we have a lot of techpreneurs, and I've come to you with that question. And what they need to know is that that technology that they have needs to be combined with business management training for them to be successful. Okay, so being purpose-driven, having a good knowledge of management, okay, and of course, listening to your customers, making sure that you're continuously improving what you deliver, those keep you successful. And I find that when you're successful, you even more easily attract funding. The banks come to you, do you need funding? Okay, you don't even have to go chasing the money. So Iyi, I'd like you to share your experience, especially with regards to techpreneurs, as we see that most young people are going into the tech space, whether it's Bitcoin or blockchain or just developing apps. So what advice would you give to those MSMEs in that space?
I think first of all, it's not to think of yourself as an MSME, but to think of yourself as an innovation-driven enterprise. And the significant difference between the two is that an MSME is looking to create incremental, profits and returns. It's really trying to define an existing space, and there isn't much room for innovation in that respect. But if you're a technology-driven or innovation-driven enterprise, your lifeblood is innovation. And it's such a waste of the medium to just create a technology corollary to your traditional business. Think about how you can leverage the reach, the scale, the efficiency that technology gives you access to, so that you can build a truly transformation business. Think carefully about growth, but also think carefully about solving a real problem. How can you solve a real problem? And I would say most importantly, ensure that at the heart of your model is service. So you're there to provide, a solution for the needs of certain people. And you should have a clear idea of what that impact will look like, because you're going to need to know at every stage of your business, so that you can reorient your business towards service rather than other less important considerations.
Thank you, Iyi. I see in the chat box a very important comment which I'd like to share. It's from TK Bernard, and she says, clear purpose and define your values, and make sure you work with somebody that has the same value system as you. I think it's a very important point to highlight, because many times we think about the products or service, the strategy, the marketing, and we forget that your value system determines how customer focused you are and how you treat your staff. Because if everybody's getting value, that organization should typically be sustainable, because everybody wants to keep it sustainable, because there's something in it for everyone. Okay, and of course, who you work with, whether your investors or the people you bring in to manage the business with you, do you have the same value system? Okay, some people think that partnerships don't work. Well, they don't work when we don't focus on values. Okay, if people with different value systems come together, it's a disaster waiting to happen. But if you all share the same values, it's easier for you to agree and move forward in a more successful and sustainable way. Right, so at this point, I think I'd like to take questions from the audience before I come back to the panelists. So I think there's a question for Iyi here. It says, Iyi, at the core of your model should be service. I quite agree. Who should a business serve really?
A business exists to serve its customers. I know there's many theories, shareholder theory, employee stakeholder theory. I think my own theory, if I can say that, is that a business exclusively exists to serve its customers. The more it is able to make its customers' lives better, the more it's able to impact the lives of its customers, the more value it will be able to capture from them, the more value we'll be able to capture from them, the more likely they'll be able to treat their employees well, and the more they're better able to treat their employees, the more likely they are to be productive enough to create even more return for the stakeholders or shareholders. So my theory of the firm is that the firm is its customers. How can I continue to make sure my customers are richer, wealthier, their lives are transformed as a result of leveraging my business?
And this is a very important point you have made, because yes, some people think that the business exists to send returns to make returns for shareholders. And the point you make is really the chicken and egg answer. Which comes first, making returns to shareholders or giving value to customers? Because you're absolutely right. If you're giving value to customers, they will keep coming back, giving referrals to come back. Then you're able to appropriate more value and of course give value to not just your shareholder, but first to your staff and then to your shareholders. So it's important that we understand the sequence, okay, that it's first value to your customers. And if we look at the most successful entrepreneurs in the world today, from Jeff Bezos to Elon Musk to Bill Gates to Mark Zuckerberg, and even to our Dangote, you will find that there's a lot of value being given out. Okay, for that, in Dangote's case, everybody needs cement. Africa is a developing continent. Once you produce what is needed, then you're sure that demand is assured. You look at Mark Zuckerberg, with people needed to connect with each other from around globally. He provided the platform. Yes, there have been unintended consequences, which he has also paid for, but you can see that there's an effort to move in the right direction, because another thing to note is that even when you have a good idea, sometimes you can have unintended consequences. But I think the lesson we can learn from Mark Zuckerberg is to deal with those unintended consequences. Don't ignore them, okay? I don't think Bill Gates made his money from just looking to make more money. He made his money from making sure that individuals could actually own a computer, which was unthinkable in his days when we had the mainframe computers. So as we transform the lives of our customers for the better, okay, they're more willing to pay, and we create more value for the business, the staff, and the shareholders, and people are more encouraged to work together to create even more value. Right. I don't know if we have more questions from the audience. Okay, so Agath Iyoluwa Raza Jafar mentioned in his keynote speech that modern day slavery should not be encouraged. I think towards serving the customers better, the labor, those who are doing the work, should be served with better working conditions, better welfare, and work-life balance. Dr. Fatima, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm one that really believe that one thing that our society has not done well is value our internal customers. And we struggle with that. I don't know if maybe it's a traditional thing or it's a culture thing. You find that a lot of employees think that they're doing the employers think that they're doing the employees a favor. But no, you hire someone to do a service and you pay that person according to that service. And if they cannot provide the service, then you let them go. It's not your father's house to, manage it in that way. And we all managing, So yes, I agree. We need to pay. I had a conversation once with someone about a few days ago, and we're talking about, like day workers, day-to-day, unskilled workers. And he made an example of coming to the airport. And he said, Nigeria is the only place you come to the airport. You go to the restroom, and someone is sitting there with a toilet paper to give you a piece. And I said, yes, because we value the toilet tissue more than we value the person. Why would we hire someone to give you a piece of toilet paper? Why can't we just leave it there? Well, because the toilet paper is so important that the whole human being should sit there to give you a piece. So you don't take all. So what are you valuing? You're valuing the tissue paper more than you're valuing the person that's sitting there. So there's something that we really need to rethink as we are growing our businesses as entrepreneurs, that we're hiring people that we respect, that have the values that we want to grow in our organizations, because organizations become living, breathing a person. That we bring the right values, right morals, create the culture that value people over things, and make sure that value then transcend to our customers. I say that my customer, you have to be passionate about your customer. I think that's where Yellow was you learn to be passionate about your customer. Be obsessed about making your customer happy. When you are obsessed about doing that, your internal customer become your obsession as well. You want them to be better to give that service to your end customer. So I agree that as we build our businesses, you don't need to hire 5 people if you actually can pay one good person to do the function of 5 people. Pay well. Get the service that you need to be passionate and show that to your customer. Then and only then you can charge a premium on your services. When I first took over, coming in from corporate America into Nigeria corporate, I had to fire 50% of the staff because they were dormant. They were doing nothing. In fact, they were creating problems that we didn't have to have. So we had to lay off half of them, retrain the other half that were retrainable. I have a strategy. I don't hire people in certain positions that have been hired by someone else because I don't want them tainted coming into my organization. I'd rather have fresh out of school, come in, train you, groom you, so you have the right morals and values and integrity to grow into the brand. So you have to understand that as you are growing your business, young entrepreneurs or even older entrepreneurs, understand that your culture and values in your business reflects outside to your clients. And that brand that you want to build has to be built by people. So if you don't bring the right people, pay them well, value them, your customers can never feel that impact.
Absolutely, Fatima. I absolutely agree with you, because your business is only as good as the quality and the commitment of your staff. Indeed, there's a company, real life event in Hong Kong that's called the Happiness Company, and they far outperform other companies in their industry. I forget now what they produce, but basically the management believes that their role is to ensure the happiness of their staff, while the role of the staff is to ensure the high performance of the business. And that's exactly what's happening. They far outperform any other company in that industry. So much so that they have to have an open day once every month for people to come and understand how that magic is happening in spite of the economic cycles. Okay, so we need to really understand that our staff are internal customers who also must have value. Okay, value must be created for them if we want them to give value, especially as it's only a happy staff that can make happy customers. Unhappy staff cannot make happy customers. Okay, so we really need to understand that the order is first our staff, internal customers, then the external customers. Otherwise, you'll find that the internal customers are actually driving away the external customers, which will lead to the demise of the business. Okay, so if you want sustainability, again, sequence, who comes first? Internal customers or external customers? Okay, so so I think there are more questions in the Q&A box. Says, Abdul Karim asks, how can a business attract funding or become investment ready? Is asking this question. The question is
okay, fantastic. Yes, I think the first thing to keep in mind when you talk about how a business can be investment ready is that to remember that, first of all, it must be a business. So the most important thing for a business to do to be investment ready is to be a well-run business. However, beyond being a well-run business, it's important that you can show. So do you have an audit? Are you properly structured? Have you asked a lawyer to go through your corporate documentation? These things are extremely important if you want to raise capital, because it's not enough for you to be a well-run business, but investors want to see that you're a well-run business. And the third and the final thing I would say is that you have to have a clear vision of where the business is going. No, well, I think it depends on the kind of investor. Let me not say no investor, but I, for one, don't invest in companies because they are well-run businesses. I invest in businesses because beyond being well-run, there is a potential to scale their impacts. And you have to have a clear vision of what that means for your organization. What does your organization look like 100 times the size that your business is today? Have a clear vision of where and how that will happen, and then you're ready to raise capital. So first of all, be a business. Second of all, be able to show that you're a well-run business. And third of all, have a clear vision and operational model and roadmap of what it would take for your business to be 100 times what it is.
Okay, awesome. So Ian's response alludes to the fact that you, of course, if you have to show that you're a well-run business, it means you have to know how to, keep your business records, your financial records, which means you need business management training. Okay, so please remember, it's not the same thing to be good at an art or a craft or a trade as to be able to run a business well. You have to know how to manage your financial records. You have to know how to manage your human resources, and all these things require training. It's not innate to all of us. And Fatima, I'm sure you'd like to say something regarding how to attract that question, because you are an investor in a very big way. So please let the person asking know how they can attract funding from you, for example.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about it all morning, right? You have to have a purpose. You need to build a business model that is going to be sustainable and service the clients in where you are. We are very good at looking at, other people markets. I like to use this word because every time I go into Bolago market or the Oibo market or anywhere, I enjoy the service I get because they know their markets. Mm-hmm. As you come in and you sit at one store, that person will make sure that you stay there. Whatever you want in that market, they will go and find for you. They'll give you mineral. They will turn on the gen because they've already sized you as this market is going to bring me not only what I sell in my store, but everything around here, I will go and find for this person and put my 100 Naira premium on it because I want to find it. These people know the market. So know your market, be passionate about your market. The people in these market stores have never seen me before, but they give me excellent service because they know what I'm trying to do and the service I need. Know your market, be passionate about it. When you're looking for, he has said, there are all those systems you need to put in place to attract those investors. But what the investor is really, really saying to you is that I trust you to execute, to know the market, and to bring me the value. Right? So you also have to be very sure that you're able to deliver that expectations. So know your market, understand your market. Somebody have another question here about the sachet, and I'll just tie this into it. When I say sachet economy, what I'm speaking to, yes, is the lower part of the Maslow hierarchy. However, the business model that works there bring that particular need, basic need up. So let's take an example, MTN. Before, there was no GSM here. MTN came. Nobody could afford it. In fact, I had a running joke with a friend. He said the reason why he got married was because he could give his wife an MTN SIM at the time because it was so expensive. So look at that today. Once they understood that it was not about the yield, but the reach and frequency, They changed their business model. Now you can buy, you don't even have to worry about buying an MTN SIM card. You can actually get 50 Naira scratch card to put in to do your transaction. And so that company has blossomed because it understood the market, right? So the idea is about understanding the market you're in. If I was in the US, my market strategy, my go-to-market strategy will be completely different because the clients that I'm going to be passionate about, their needs and wants are different. And the same if I'm here now in Africa, I have to change that. It's not about the product and services only. It's about the person that will decide to give me their money for that product and services. So we've been talking about it all morning. Focus on your value proposition, focus on knowing your customer, focus on what your purpose is and why you're trying to do it, and really understand the other parts, which is how to run my business. Is it efficient? Is it something that I can sweat before those investors will look for you? Because I tell you, if you do those basic things, like Henrietta said, they will come looking for you because they will see the sustainability and the trajectory of that sustainability you've built in your business. You won't look for them. They'll come looking for you.
Absolutely. And just to highlight something very important that you mentioned, Fatimata, is the issue of service, how you deliver service. The guys know this. The barber who chats with you, gives you information, is fun to be with, is a preferred service. If it's a preferred service to you, okay, you prefer to go to him than to go to the one who's very quiet. Yes, they're just as good, but the other one is silent, just does his job and says, collects his money, and you say goodbye. While the other one welcomes you, asks after your family, gives you the latest gossip in town, is generally friendly. And the same thing happens to us when we go to hair salons. Maybe the girl is very good, but she's very rude, and we think, you know what? I need an alternative. I don't want anybody offending me, So that's one intangible way of really adding value. How do we give service? A smile can actually change someone's decision as to who to go to for the same, when there are alternatives or substitutes in the same space. So let's not forget the importance of intangibles like these, okay? The way you serve people, or like in America, they say, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, everybody's ma'am, no matter how young you are.
Ma'am,
just to welcome you into the store and make you feel respected and wanted. And then, you want to stay, okay? So let's not lose that detail. It doesn't cost anything. It just adds revenue adds to your top line, okay? Great. Right, I think we have another question in the chat box. It says, just a second. When you're talking about businesses around SDG, it's always difficult to get funding in the beginning because you are looking at impact. How do you put impact at the same time, try to make profits to be investor ready? Okay, this is also something we've been talking about, but Fatimata, maybe you want to take this, and I'll also ask Ini for his input on that question. So
the SDGs, it's interesting because I'm actually very interested in the SDGs, but one, SDG 7, energy, affordable, accessible, renewable energy, right? And I've been around that space for a minute. It's a mindset when it comes to Africa. And I think some emerging markets as well, maybe India or so, might be experiencing the same thing. The notion is that we cannot afford electricity. Now, I think that's wrong because I believe that if you build a business model that says to investor that my market that I'm in is poor and they cannot afford electricity, the first thing the investor is looking at is like, I'm not here for nonprofit. So you've basically cut at least 70% of private investors that want to come into that industry or that business. But if you build a business model that says, look, maybe you used to your break even being every 3 years, but this will be 5 years. But based on my business model, you will get 10-4. right? That will be accelerated after this break even. So let me give you an example. When we look at renewables and in clean energy, which I think Africa gets a bad beat for because 40% of the continent, we're not even 50% electrified, but at least 70 to 80% of our electrification is clean energy, hydro, biogas, and so forth. Now, the rest of the continent needs to be electrified. Let's say 60 or so percent need to be electrified by 2030. The SDG says it has to be affordable, accessible, and available, right? We're looking at that model and we're saying we can pay for it. I'm actually out there saying that we can pay for it, and people are saying no. And I look at this, I said, well, Sasha, going back to Sasha, I said, there's a Mama Akin or a Mama Chineye that has budgeted 50 Naira every night for kerosene. That 50 Naira is for light, alternative light, or 100 Naira is for alternative light every night. However, you're bringing a product or service to her that requires her to give you 500. That's not her budget. Now, if you bring a business model that says for that 50 or 100 Naira that Mama has every night, I can provide clean electricity for her. She'll give you it. So your business model have to fit the market in which that you're coming into. Africa is very profitable. Our turnover is huge. And if you build your model to reflect that, investors will come. If you follow the narrative of others that says that we cannot afford to, therefore we have to be subsidized, then you will have a problem. So I would advise that anyone on this call that is struggling to kind of make their project marketable, stop ticking the box of others. Tick your own boxes here. You have the market, and that market exists because there is a need, an active need on the bottom of the pyramid in Africa. It's not a latent need. It's not like you're selling luxury goods to someone. This is something that someone needs every day. I need to eat. I need a roof over my head. I need light. So if you can bring those things to where the market is and be passionate about the market and not so much about a white paper you read, I can guarantee you, you will get the investments.
Absolutely. You know, it's really about aligning your business model to the target markets, really understanding your market and knowing how best to serve it. Pretty much like the guy who came to a country in Africa and said, it was from a Western country where they make shoes, the company made shoes, and then got there, saw everyone bare feet and said, we can't sell here, nobody wears shoes. And somebody else came and said, there's a huge market here, nobody wears shoes, which means we can put shoes on all their feet. So it all depends on how you want to understand it. The most successful companies are the ones who are able to adapt, align to the target market. And you know, this whole idea of fortune at the bottom of the pyramid becomes a reality for those people or companies or businesses that know how to do this well. But Ian, let's have your take on this as well, please.
Sure. I very much align with what Dr. Fatimata has said. In particular, the fact is, you know, you have to build a business that solves the sustainable development goals, not build a business on top of the sustainable development goals. So the way we get to those goals is if people are building businesses to solve the problems, not if people are building businesses around them. And my mindset is if you're building a business to solve the problem, there will be a very clear idea outside of whatever forms the goal might have of how you're going, who your customer is, how you're going to extract or how you're going to capture value from the value you create for them, and so on and so forth. And that's how you'll be able to raise capital. But it shouldn't be more difficult for you to do that than it is to raise capital for, say, a betting business or any other kind of business. You know, realistically, you know, it should be pretty much the same amount of time and effort it should take.
So let me just, thank you, Ian. Let me just try to, summarize what we've been talking about under two groups, okay? I will call the first group predatory capitalism and the other group humanistic capitalism. Now, what do I mean by predatory capitalism? This is the system under which all of us have grown to believe that to make money, you have to be a shark, we have to exploit others, that's the way to do it, win-lose, okay? So we don't think about impact. Once we hear impact, we shut our ears because we think it means becoming close to a non-profit, okay? Now, what we're talking about here is humanistic capitalism, understanding that doing good is good business, okay? If each time you come to me, I solve your problem, you're willing to pay me even ahead of time, okay? A good example, those of us who are African know about Casapreco. Casapreco does Alomo bitters. Alomo bitters is sold not only in several African countries, but out of the continent, okay? Japan, Hong Kong, Canada, US, okay? Now, the question is, and he said, and when I went to his company, he said, we now do water, we now do soft drinks, we now do malt drinks. And he says, before I even start, people are willing to pay me. Now, why did he get this traction? Because he didn't just make Alomo bitters as a drink for people to just like any other. No, he made sure that the herbs contained in Alomo bitters actually contributes to the health of the Ghanaian public, of the consumers, okay? It's a pain reliever, it treats malaria, it's an aphrodisiac, it's different things, okay? So he didn't just create a drink to ensure people pay him and he collects people's money, despite whether they get drunk or not. The alcohol content is healthy, it's not too high or too low, So because of the value people get from consuming his drinks, he's making much more money, he's much more successful, wealthier than other people who have made drinks just for drinking pleasure, irrespective of, not giving any particular value to people, okay? So it's really going to take time for us to, transition or unlearn this whole idea of predatory capitalism. Now, the other type of capitalism we're talking about is the humanistic capitalism that understands that if I give you value, you'll be more willing to give me value, just like the Alomo bitters guy is enjoying. Okay, so let's think about it. And I think that if you look at the richest people in the world, you will find that they are humanistic capitalists. They don't say it, okay, but in reality, they've transformed the world much more than any charity, non-profit, or foundation has done, just by the very essence of what they do. And now I'm not referring to the foundations that they have, I'm just talking about the core businesses. So intrinsic to their business is impact, okay? So they're making money from making a difference. And I think that's the simplest way to understand what we've been talking about. And discerning investors understand that it is these sort of businesses that tend to be successful and sustainable and indeed scalable, okay? Because they will always have demand because they are relevant, they're solving problems, okay? Right, it's not a charity. So when people turn away from you because you're trying to solve an SDG, don't push the SDG forward. Just push the fact that this is needed by many people and people are willing to pay for it, okay? So you have to know what to emphasize depending on your audience. But I think it's gradually catching on because I look left, right, and center, and the whole world is talking about responsible business practices, business as a tool for social transformation, business for world benefit. So it's catching on gradually, but there's still a lot of people who still think that making an impact means being unprofitable or having below market returns at the very best. Okay, but yeah. So we still have some time, so I'll just take this question from Innocent. Will bringing the products the markets can afford not lead to bringing in substandard products? Okay, so Ian, maybe you want to take this?
Yeah, I'll take that. It shouldn't. I think that's the first question.
Yeah.
Bringing the product the market can afford does not need to lead to bringing substandard products. It shouldn't if you're leveraging the powers of technology and innovation. And I'll tell you a story, for example, about how this works. So when we started Andela, the computer science education in a four-year college good four-year college will set you back an average of $80,000 a year. Yeah, $80,000, sorry, for the entire four-year period. Then there were boot camps in America, which would set you back just in fees about $25K and over a period of about 12 weeks. So a little bit of progress, but not much. Now, when we were at Andela, we were educating people at our own cost, including their stipend, for roughly about $10,000 per person, right? But instead of them paying, we made the payments. And then we made the money back on their salary. But I kid you not, today, the cost of educating someone to become a software engineer, because the content barrier is just so low and the experience is just not that differentiated. Today, the average cost, right, is less than $200. So you can see how we've gone from $80,000 to $200, yet increasing quality of software engineers are coming out of Andela. Andela works all over the world. So the talent is now competing with talent all over the world, not just in Nigeria. And they're still holding their own. So low cost does not need to be low standard, except you're not innovating. Thank you.
Thank you, Ini. Now, another question for Dr. Fatoumata, whereas we get close to the time to round up this session. She says, Take is asking, was wondering what your thoughts are on ESG and ESG reporting.
That's an interesting one. My thoughts. So first, let's clarify. Are we referring to the same ESG? Which ESG are you talking about?
Are there different types of ESG? I thought ESG just meant economic, social, and government. I'm not sure there's another type of ESG.
No, they do. We in a different.
Oh, really? Okay.
I think it is definitely something that we need to. I mean, that's what we've been talking about. Right? When we talk about purpose, there's all these acronyms and different names that we're giving the same thing. If you're thinking about your customer, if you're, like I said, if you're obsessed about your customer, if that's what your drive is to solve that problem, which is a societal problem, which is, something that's going to change and make us better, you're already there. That mental state. That's why I divided the category of entrepreneurs in three when I started. First one, I'm trading because I have to eat today. I'm having to hawk on the street because at the end of the day, I got to make a meal for my family. The middle is where I find the opportunity. The middle are people that want to make a difference and also create a sustainable financial place for themselves, okay? But they want to make a difference. And that middle is where I think this whole policy that is coming about should address. And the policies should enable them to do more, one, without getting into staffing them. So let's take, for example, fintech in Nigeria today. There's a lot of confusion about what fintech can do. So we have our regulatory body sometimes getting in the way of policies that is needed. And the way I describe these two groups, I say policy is the growth part of our government. The regulatory bodies are the ones that are worried about the risk of what the growth will bring. We shouldn't swap it, right? In our quest, the regulatory body can never be responsible for growth because they're concerned about risk. The policies people shouldn't be concerned about risk because they are supposed to be concerned about growth. So when we're talking about it in a government kind of setting, if you will, if we take it from the private sector now and get into the public sector, we need to drive policies that enable growth in all of the areas, whether it is in technology or so forth. And by the way, technology is an enabler. You see this guy sitting here with me? The reason why he enjoys his job, he enables you to deal with the customer. He doesn't have to deal with the customer, right? So technology is an enabler to make all these things happen, to make it easy, accessible, available, and so forth. So the reporting, I've been looking at it, frankly, I'm not one to be on the regulatory body side, but because of the way we're going and what we're saying, I kind of a little friendly to them on this end, because if we are reporting, that means we're gathering information, we can do analysis, we can better it, and so forth and so forth. So that's kind of where I am with it. Like I said, I'm not one to push for, because I'm in the creative space, I'm in the innovative space. I love technology because it removes face and biases, and just give someone an opportunity to obtain and reach their full potential. And so as an enabler, I don't want people stepping into that space. However, when you start to kind of look at the what would I call it? Kind of the methodology behind it, I might be more friendlier. Okay.
All right. So I have two last questions, and it's time to go. But so let me just try. And incidentally, one is directed at me to explain the two types of capitalism. So I'm just going to use that to answer the last question. Thank you so much, Fatoumata. That was a very good response to that question. Now, so again, what's the difference? So I was explaining that predatory capitalism is what we're all used to, what we've grown up experiencing, where I try to make money at all costs. Okay, so I offer you pineapple juice, but then I dilute it and I add sweeteners so that you don't realize I've diluted it, because all I'm interested in is in giving you your money, okay, multiplying what I sell so that I make the most I take from you and give you as little as possible in terms of a drink that is healthy and valuable for you. In fact, by the time I've added so much water and so many sweeteners, it becomes harmful to you, but I don't care so long as you're still willing to pay because you have the flavor of pineapple and your drink consuming what is unhealthy for you. I don't care about it, okay? The other humanistic capitalist person wants to give you a very healthy drink because I'm concerned about that you remain healthy, okay? But then as the other question says, cost of production is rising, cost of inputs are rising, and if I increase my price, you may not be willing to pay. So what do you do is part of the fact that you want to be a humanistic capitalist, okay? Again, here you can have business model, again, innovation and business model changes. So for instance, I can get rid of my cost of rent by selling online. You can pre-order and we make for you. Or I can decide that I can change my packaging and say, okay, if you want it in this particular package, then you pay this. And for those who don't care about the packaging, okay, I can, like, how you have soaps where you have the refills, where you don't have to spend money on the pump as well as a strong container, but just a sachet, which reduces the cost of packaging. So a lot of innovation goes into it. Fatoumata mentioned how she had to sack some people who were jobless, or getting one good person instead of 5 people who are not so good doing the same job. Okay, so there are creative ways to make your production process more efficient and be able, and then sometimes remember that you make money from either high volume or high price. Now, if more people buy from you at a lower price, you may end up making much more money than having few people buy from you at a higher price. So it all depends on your sector, the product or service you're giving, okay, and also your business model. Are you encouraging people to pay ahead for a week's or a month's supply and then get a discount? That could help you make a lot of money. Or you could even have 2 target markets, okay? The low end at a different price and a different brand name, and the higher end, people who are less price sensitive, paying a higher cost, and of course they have a different brand and a different kind of packaging. So by the time you bring your production unit begins to produce, you get economies of scale because you're buying a lot, even though you're targeting two different markets. And then the numbers give you money from the lower end, while the pricing gives you money from the higher end. So there's a lot of innovation in terms of your business model that can help you still be able to sell in spite of rising prices and give real value. But see, people prefer value. When people realize that whatever you give them is authentic, then your brand speaks for you. They don't even mind paying you a premium because they want value. Case in mind, slots, okay? There are many stores selling phones in Sakatinubu, but we all head for slots because we know that you can't be cheated when you go there. You're always going to buy a genuine product. If you have a problem, they will attend to you, okay? So their values give them a competitive advantage over the myriad competitors in that same location. Right. To the panelists, I say a big thank you. I think we've had a very stimulating conversation. I've enjoyed listening to all of you, and I hope that the audience have also gotten value from listening to this session. So Elessa, I turn this over back to you to close.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Interesting session, I must say. I mean, the value was overboard, more than I expected. And even some of the participants could attest to that. I saw the conversation in the comment section, and even they're asking for video recording of the session, of the entire thing or entire conference when it's over. And I think that's definitely a way to show that this is meeting everyone's expectation, if not beating it. So ladies and gentlemen, again, I love that you're interacting. Let's just give our panelists as well as our moderator a round of applause. Thank you. Just keep that feedback coming. We love to see it. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Yolua Aboyeji. Thank you so much. Thank you to Dr. Koka. Thank you for that very interesting and insightful session. And thank you to the moderator, Dr. Henrietta. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to move very quickly. A video will be played now while we interact in the comment section before we go to the next speaker. Thank you.
Whether it's mitigating the effects of climate change, giving everyone access to clean water, or ensuring that no child is forced to go to work instead of going to school, there's so much more we need to do to create a sustainable global economy. At GRI, we believe companies and other organizations have a critical role to play in addressing these problems. That's why, in the late 1990s, we pioneered sustainability reporting. Sustainability reporting is an organization's practice of publicly disclosing its broader economic, environmental, and social impacts. The GRI Sustainability Reporting Standards are the first global standards for sustainability reporting. They feature disclosures on a wide range of topics, such as energy use, diversity in the workplace, anti-corruption, and human rights, to name only a few. As a result, any organization can use the GRI standards to increase transparency with all of their stakeholders. This is the first step in transforming our global economy into one that's sustainable and inclusive. Reporting with the GRI standards can help you protect the environment and improve society while thriving economically. What's more, sustainability reporting can create a range of benefits for your organization, helping you improve stakeholder relations, enhance your reputation, and build trust. At GRI, we also offer engagement opportunities that can enhance those benefits. We support organizations throughout their reporting journeys. We set up training programs that explain how to establish a sustainability reporting process, and we offer services that help ensure reports are aligned with the GRI standards. Organizations can also join the GRI Gold community and connect with peers to develop solutions to shared challenges. And GRI also works with governments to promote smart sustainability policies and regulations around the world. For example, you can use GRI standards to show your contributions to the UN Sustainable Development Goals and to fulfill your reporting requirements under the EU Directive on Non-Financial Reporting. We also offer guidance on the alignment between GRI standards and other reporting efforts and international norms. So when you choose to use GRI standards, you're joining a global effort to contribute to sustainable development. At GRI, we're working towards a future where all organizations use transparency to transform our world into one where we create wealth for everyone while preserving the resources that drive our economies. Help us make this vision a reality.
Thank you very much and welcome back to the International Sustainability Conference 2021. And yes, I'm sure you're getting so much value and there is still more to come. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much of our time, let's go on to the next speaker, who I'm sure is very ready to take us into another interesting conversation. Coming up next is a presentation on a case presentation on sustainable finance. To take us into this session, we have Mr. Babatunde Obani, and is a lead financial institutions group is a lead for financial institution group in Nigeria and International Finance Corporation, IFC. Mr. Babatunde Obani, I'm sure is with us. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget to take notes because this person is one man who has 18 years multifaceted finance experience, cutting across deal structuring, capital rising, M&A, project finance, corporate finance, and so much more, and is ready to impact. Good morning, Mr. Babatunde.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not sure if you can see. Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Good morning. So thanks to you for that intro. And I must thank the Lagos Business School for inviting us from IFC to have a conversation on this very interesting topic to us. It's something that we are very passionate about. Climate finance, sustainable finance is something that we've dedicated a lot of attention to at IFC. Without further ado, I think I will share a few slides from my screen, if you permit me. Excuse me, one minute. Can you see my screen now?
Very well, we can.
Okay, great. So basically, I've been told to speak to the topic on sustainable finance, and we're supposed to share case studies on what we've done within that space. And the content is this. We're supposed to talk to the background on IFC, and I'm sure you all know IFC very well. About myself. Then we go to the climate business overview for IFC, what we've done in the climate space as aware. Then we talk to our own sustainability finance framework that we have come up with just to, lend our own voice to this topic that we passionately believe in. Then I'll talk about the value proposition we have for sustainable finance. Then we talk about one or two case studies. Then I will go to, the funding solutions we have. Suffice to mention that most of the initiatives that we currently have are at the global level, and most of the inferences I will draw this morning will touch on, what we've done in other markets, global initiatives, and maybe one or two in the region that I particularly look after. So IFC, as you may be aware, it's a member of the World Bank Group. It's a member of the World Bank Group, and we have 6 decades history. And the mandate is simple. It's just for us to crowd into private capital, to support development globally. So we work in close to 200 nations globally. And, we are present in 200 countries for now with office. What we are focusing on is how to achieve that sustainable growth for all the less developing countries globally. Now, I think the mandate is very clear. Number one, by the charter, is that we need to invest alongside others. So we put our skin in the game. So when we talk about a sustainable financing initiative, I will talk to numbers to demonstrate our IFC has also committed, by putting his own skin in the game in this topical area. Number two is that we mobilize capital from others. We know that, bringing IFC credit worthiness of AAA rating, that gives comfort to other lenders, and that mobilizes capital to come to any area that we want to play. And also we advise, and that is a very, very important point, meaning that most of the clients that we work with, SMEs, government, big corporations, we also advise them, we stay very close to them, we support them with advisory capability on how to support them to also, responsible and, to play their part in the sustainable financing initiative. And if you look to the last bullet point on the right, it talks to the numbers, today we have $250 billion, of investment that we put in emerging markets. And we've done that with 50 billion of our own, syndications that we've done. But the last bullet point for me is we've done over $10 billion through the issuances of green bonds, which is one of the sustainable finance initiative that we have launched in-house. And the green bonds has gained ground, globally. We see that as a way to mobilize capital to finance critical infrastructure, health, education, roads, ports, and what you have. And, globally now, the topic has been around, how can we get to decarbonize and, have a clean financing initiative. So basically in the last 5-10 years, we've actually done excess of $10 billion within that space. Nothing more to say about me. The speaker has spoken to my background, but maybe the only thing to say is that one of the areas that I also look after for IFC in the region is climate finance. And just to say that, and you see that that's bold, it's something that we're very passionate about. And to also mention that I'm also an alumnus of the Lagos Business School. Now, for our climate business overview. So please pardon me, most of the things I'll be talking to will be on the climate finance, which we have linked to sustainable finance for us at IFC. So for climate business for us, we've put in excess of, like I said, over circa $30 billion in climate financing initiative, since we started this about 15 years back. And we've launched, we started with the first green bond of about $200 million in 2010, that's about a decade back. And what we're keen to do is to mobilize. We find out that globally, most of the conversation around... Hello?
I sincerely apologize for cutting in there. I would love for you to put your presentation in the slide mode so we can better follow your conversation.
I'm sorry?
Kindly put your presentation in the slide mode so we can better follow your conversation. Oh,
I'm so sorry. I thought you saw this slide mode. Okay, it's a bit, yes, it's a bit, we have a lot of context in it. So yeah, I was just saying that we pioneered the first green bond initiative about a decade back, where we put in like $200 million. And what we are passionate about, most of the rhetorics around climate finance, sustainable finance, has been in developed markets, in the US, in Europe, nearly in Asia. We are talking about how to make things. And if you look at what happened with the COP26 summit, where, it's about the developed market, but we see that there is also a lot to do in the emerging markets. And that's what we've committed to. So we started with the $200 million issuance in 2010. And, like I mentioned earlier on, we've crossed, the $10 billion mark today. But I think the main point around there is that in 2020, we committed on the back of the Paris Agreement that 30% of everything we do internally at IFC going forward will be within the climate finance space, almost adhere, to the tenets of climate finance. And that also guides us, even in Nigeria, in Ghana, in few markets that I look after. In 2020 alone, 30% of what we did, were climate related. I mean, even last year, we had to come up with COVID support for most of our partner banks in terms of working capital solutions, global trade finance lines that we've done for a number of our partner banks in Nigeria. But if you break it down further, you will see that even in the use of proceeds of those facilities that we are beginning to give to our partner banks, it's definitely clear that, a certain proportion of it, 5, 10, 20%, depending on which market, must be within the climate finance space. So just to say that, we have put our money where our mouth is to say that this is something we're passionate and we're actively pursuing. And I think the last one I would like to talk about that, even with the recent COP23, 26, pardon me, we just announced earlier last month that we are now partnering with 2 institutional investors to also make sure that we mobilize capital of 3 billion for climate smart investment. So, I mean, with this just gives an overview of what we've done. Let me run fast because of time. Now, the sustainability framework for us, what we've also done in-house with the influence we have with most of the clients we work with, is to come up with a sustainability framework, because we believe that this is very, very, very important. And that we've also worked with our clients to make sure that they sign on to this. And what this seeks to achieve, is it's part of our risk management framework. So when we're even signing on new clients in the region now, we make sure that we also look at your ESG framework. We look at what you've done in the sustainability space, just to be sure that you're aligning to our goal of making sure that 30% of anything we're doing going forward is within the climate finance space. And what we have seen is that this promotes, E&S practices for most of our clients. The performance standard are also is now globally recognized. So most of the partners that we work with now, they know our standards, and they're also working towards, catching up with what we have put to them. 3 bullet points of the framework is that, it focuses on the E&S, environmental and social. And I think being an oil producing nation, Nigeria, if you know what's happening in the Delta, it's very, very important that, corporates are more socially responsible. Also, the standards, help them to manage the social risk and articulate our commitment to transparency. And if you look at maybe the point quickly make on the case, on the business case for this, we have done extensive studies. Like I said, we come with experience from a number of markets where we have worked. And one thing that we saw clearly is that the performance of, companies that are socially responsible, that have the sustainability framework in everything they do, even in terms of the returns on asset, the return on equity, they outperform most of the competitors of the peers where they play. So there's a direct link between, sustainability framework and a business case. And that's all we're trying to say here, that because there is a feedback we get from time to time that it's expensive to move to go green. But I will prove to you maybe with a few slides as I start to wrap up is that the business case that we have seen and the studies that we've conducted in-house shows that, it actually works, win-win. Is a win-win at the end of the day for anybody that chooses to go this route. Now, our value proposition, which I spoke to within the sustainable finance space, what have we done? What are we currently doing? We know that it's a journey, and we are partnering, working with our partners. What we've committed to is in the advisory bit of it, saying that how can we support most of the partners we work with? And also, I'm happy that we have CEOs of companies on this call to say that what can we do? And it comes in form of advisory. Number one is that we work with you to identify the climate finance opportunity or the sustainable finance initiative within the space where you operate. So it's amazing that most of the partner banks that we work with, when we go in there and we say, let us look at your books, what sector do you lend to? They actually have, assets, risk, as I said, that qualifies for climate finance, but they just book it as regular vanilla asset. So it takes a specialist to come in and look at it and say, based on the classification, what the obligor does in this sector, in this space, it qualifies for climate finance. And I'll come back to why that's very, very important. So we work with you to come up with that. We look at a pipeline of your portfolio, what is eligible. Then we also do training, that's advisory, hand-holding, the green bond principle, we structure, the use of proceed, how to make sure you have an impact, how to report, Then we do capacity building for most of our partners, working with them. Then we also make sure that in supervising the portfolio post issuance, how do you give your feedback in line with the criteria that's been set? And I think the major one for us, maybe the last point there, is that IFC, being a member of the World Bank Group, provided technical assistance of the issuance of the first sovereign government green bond in emerging markets, and that was Nigeria. And what that does is that in any market, when you have a sovereign's reference curve, it creates room for other corporates to now come in, because the sovereign, which is seen as a risk-free, serve as the benchmark for pricing. So what you now need to do is to put your credit risk premium, and that has happened clearly in Nigeria. So another partner bank of ours, Access Bank, on the back of what the federal government has done by establishing that risk-free reference curve, also came to the market to issue a green bond. And as we speak, we are working with a number of other partners in the bank, in the market, that I won't be able to mention, just to say that we do more within that space. So along the value chain of, preparing you, looking at your pipeline, going through the advisory, and rolling you through the process, building capacity with you, training you, and those are areas where we surely add value to a number of our clients, or people that we work with in the region. I'm supposed to talk around the case studies. So there are 2 case studies that, I would quickly talk through, as I know I have like 7 minutes more. Number one, and what I've done here, or what we've done here, is to show you how we can use sustainable finance initiative in critical sectors, like healthcare, education, housing. And this is a case study of what happened in Ghana. So Ghana macro story is great, but of course, from the macro headwinds that came forth on the back of COVID, it affected the macro issues, and then it was almost tough for the issuers in the market, to go to the international market to raise money. But what we did was that we saw a chance for us to now bring in the private capital. And if you remember why I had spoken to the mandate of IC or the charter earlier on, it's that any market we operate, what is critical to us is also bringing in the private capital to support what we're doing. And, we felt that, providing the leading healthcare, solution to Yao in Ghana helped us to mobilize private capital. So we started with a $5.2 million, which was codified green finance. And, we also helped them to secure EDGE certification. So EDGE certification talks to green buildings, how you develop real estate in this current, in this time, just to make sure that you are very efficient in terms of your energy, resource efficiency, and operational efficiency, and what you have. So, given that line, which shows which was a show of confidence, and bringing our AAA rated profile to that transaction really helped us to mobilize the capital needed, for a player in the healthcare. And I'm sure we all know that what has happened with COVID and the way the pandemic played out in Africa is high time we started putting the money in the healthcare sector. So this was one of the major ones that we are very proud of what we've done. And we supported this medical center in raising the capital needed for the expansion. The next one is a case study in Nigeria, and I think we can talk to this maybe in more details. I have to skip this because of time. Housing is a major issue in Nigeria, as we all know. Depending on the statistics you look at, there are statistics saying that there are about 70 million deficits units of housing in Nigeria today. And, it's a myriad of issues from lack of mortgages. If you look at both the demand and the supply side, there are issues. As of today, the mortgages that are underwritten in Nigeria is just about 0.25% of GDP, in a country of 200 million people. So it's a huge gap. Traditional way of plugging these holes might not work, and that's why we also came up with what we call the EDGE financing, where we're supporting developers to come up with green buildings. What we've done is that we've created the EDGE to respond to the need of solutions, to create a solution for developers. And what that does is that it's gaining traction in most of the markets we operate in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Ghana. And this is good for Africa because it helps us to be able to raise money globally. There are dedicated funds that, looking for outlets in the green finance space. And what this has done is that this puts us on the global landscape. If you can work with a number of partners to make sure that we certify them to be EDGE certified, and on the back of that, that opens a vista of opportunities for them to be able to raise capital globally. Now, if you look at it, the main point we're making is that for you to get that certification, you must reach a minimum 20% in energy, water, and importantly, construction material efficiency. This also talks back to the environment. And this has really been helpful to a number of different, because there was a major case study, a partner of ours, Alpha Mead, that came up with what we know as Lekki Bell Estate in Lagos, which we certified as green. And that's a residential. Of course, that's a good way to start. And we have a number of them in the works. We are currently in talks with LSDPC, the biggest developer in Lagos, where just last week we had a conference where we came up with the developers and, talking to them around. And there's also a securitization mandate that we're working on currently, $200 million deal, which talks to just financing green buildings in Nigeria. So this also helps us to catch up with what's going on in the global scene, as far as sustainable finance is concerned. So this helps to bring down the cost of financing, and I'll quickly just show you in a few slides as I start to wrap up. Now, what I've done is, because of time, we've just packed most of these things to appendices. And this one is just talking to how we can add value in the advisory space. What we've done with most of our partner banks, like I said, is for us to review what you currently have in the books, assess which one qualifies for climate finance, sustainable finance, and on the back of that, start to provide support to you. Okay, yes. Then, so we do a portfolio review just to check where we are. Number two, we meet with the strategic business head just to understand the strategy of the bank, what they're currently doing. So this, is just like what we typically do. This is for any project that we are going into and how we can add value. We look at your product. We also help you in product development if we need to tweak one or two things just to make it to meet the sustainability finance threshold. We review your current loan requests, your underwriting processes. How can we work with our partner banks in most of our markets, to ensure that when they are also generating risk asset, they are also putting at the back of their mind to build it in a way that is sustainable. Now, this is very, very important. The reason being that for IFC globally, it's difficult for us to work directly, especially for the size of business that I see on. It's difficult for us to work directly with all the developers or people in it. So we partner with banks, and through the banks is when we put out the programs. I've spoken to the working capital solutions, and we have also in talks with a partner bank in Nigeria to develop a risk sharing facility which is dedicated to just renewable energy alone. And I'm sure you know that there's a conundrum in the power space in Nigeria. The on-grid asset, it's not efficient. So what we're looking at is efficient off-grid asset. That's the 1 megawatt, the 2 megawatt, the 3 megawatt. We're partnering with the Renewable Association of West Africa. And we have seen a lot of efficiency in that space, a lot of things in the pipeline. So what we're doing with these partner banks is what I'm explaining here, that we work through that partner banks. It's a transaction in the progress, but it's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And that will also lead to us, building the gap that we have within the power space in Nigeria. So this is what we do. So we do the portfolio review, we take you through a credit application and how to review on board more projects as we go on. And then the final outcome is that, we present to you the review of the outcome, what we need to do to get us to that sustainable finance level. And, that's been working for most of our partner banks. And I think the second one I'll talk to is a climate bond. I know I have like 2 minutes more, so let me just wrap up here. There's a climate bond initiative. And if you look at the last bullet point, 2019, that was the first time we issued the first sustainability linked bond issued. Meaning that for you to issue this bond, there are connections to how sustainable your operations or your financing are. And then just to give a color of what has happened within that space, we've seen a lot of growth. We started from at $200 million in 2010. Now we have crossed the $10 billion mark, and we are beginning to see more interest within that space. All I'm trying to say here is that, because of time, is that sustainable finance, it's a win-win for everybody at the end of the day. It's easier to even raise capital when you package, what you're doing in the sustainable finance inclined way. That's one. Two is that it also helps environment. It helps us to get, to decarbonize environment. And if you look at this slide, what we're saying here is that it incentivizes, the borrowers, achievement of ambitious, predetermined sustainability objective performance. So meaning that there are thresholds you will have set for yourself, maybe source and raw materials from initiative by 2020. And this is gaining traction. In 2019, the market for that has crossed $6 billion mark, and we continue to see more. For the sustainability bond, the market cap as at 2008 is in excess of $100 billion. So it's a very huge market that all we need to do is to package ourselves in a way to tap to that liquidity. And I think I have a few more slides and I'll wrap up because of time. Now, what we've also done, with this green bond is that we'll help you to come up with your use of proceed, to process, to evaluate the project, to make sure that, it's compliant with what you've said you're raising the money for. Number next is the management of proceed. How do you manage your proceed to deploy the capital you raised? And number last is reporting, because reporting is very, very important, just to make sure. Now, the benefits this year, it enhances the partner, franchise. It makes you like a global player, because now people see that you are doing more in the climate finance space. But maybe the last point to make here, because of time, is that over time, it also makes you raise finance cheaper. Globally, what we've seen in other markets where we're currently operating is that when you have a climate finance or sustainable finance product, it's actually cheaper to raise money, like 100 bips cheaper. And that's huge. So with time, it also helps, players and the SMEs, the corporate, large corporate, the partner banks to tap into a wider investor base. You have this, it broadens the scope of where you can raise your capital for. And then the last one, we are also able to put our skin in the game. I've spoken to how we have put, our skin in the game. We've put in over $10 billion. So we are partnering with a number of partners in Nigeria, or partner banks, pardon me, to see how we can do more. And that's part of the added value that we bring to the game. The last one is, is just eligibility for the climate finance initiative. We mobilize, like I mentioned. The key feature says that it reduces your cost of raising the capital. It creates consistency in operations, and it's applicable both in debt and equity. I think I see Moyosore coming back, so I think my time is up. So in a nutshell, I go back to the slide where I started from to say that yes, IFC is committed to the sustainability framework, and I wrap up by saying that it's been proven from what has been done that going this route actually helps businesses to be more profitable, to be more socially responsible, and it helps the overall profile and the franchise of the businesses. Moyosore, let me come back to you now because I see that my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Babatunde. Very interesting. Obviously, it's clear that a real-time assessment of where we are right now would help us better navigate the future. Thank you very much for the participants asking for the slides. I want to believe that they are, that would be decided later on. I know that you're going to get the recording for all of the sessions, so don't worry. Just just be relaxed, okay? And we'll get all of that across to you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Babatunde, we have a question for you. The question says, what role does IFC play alongside other financing companies like InfraCredit to ensure ease of infrastructural financing in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you. So IFC, like I said, is keen in supporting markets. The slogan for IFC is creating market opportunities. So anything that will make the private sector thrive, it's what we're passionate about. InfraCredit on the other side, what they do is what you call credit enhancement, where you just come and do credit wrapping for projects that are not considered bankable. So you have projects in the infrastructure space that, due to maybe the regulatory framework, the market imperfections, are unable to attract the right capital. So InfraCredit comes to, put some structure around the capital formation process so that such project can get capital. So you credit wrap with a AAA rating, and that's why you are able to get, the likes of the pension fund. So in my former life, I've advised players in the power sector, where we raise funds in the power sector. I manage maybe 3 of the 4 that have been done in this market, and InfraCredit actively supported that process. Ordinarily, by the time you look at what the Gencos are doing today, by the time you look at it, the business case around the power sector in Nigeria today, it's almost impossible to get any bankable capital to come into that space. But with InfraCredit coming to say, what, I credit wrap, I guarantee to pay back. That gives comfort, to the provider of liquidity like the pension funds to come into that space and the likes of IFC to come in. So that is a connection. So InfraCredit will do the groundwork to make project bankable, and IFC will also come in to put his skin in the game to give comfort to other lenders to come into the same project.
All right, thank you so much. We have another question, and I think that's going to be the last question we can take because of time. This is from Peter Uni, who says, for an effective, sustainable business and improved economy in Nigeria, there must be a reliable energy supply in the country. How is or can IFC support SMEs with cheaper funds as loan pricing by conventional financial institutions are very expensive?
Excellent question. And that talks to the impact that we're making in the market. 20 minutes I was given wasn't, I tried to, talk through everything, but that's a very valid point that this question is raising. What we've done, particularly, is to say that, like I mentioned, that if you look at where the financing from the power sector has come from, predominantly it's come from the commercial banking space. Now, if you look at the lending environment in Nigeria, probably have lending rates of about 20%. Is that sustainable? It is not. So what IFC is doing is to partner with banks to say that, can we create a fund for renewable energy? And why most of the banks are not doing great with the loans they've given to the power sector is because of the imperfection in the power sector in Nigeria today, which we all know, the conundrum around, the value chain, which is very inefficient. But what we have done is to say, let's take out, the ones that are good within the renewable, the willing buyer, the willing seller, that the economics is balanced. And what we've done is to say, partner with our banks to give financing. So I've mentioned that we are, the SMEs are looking at the 1 megawatt, the 2 megawatt, the 3 megawatt, which is more efficient, kind of things that we're looking at. Let me mention as I start to wrap up. There is an energy provider called Daystar, which focuses on, just renewables, solar panel. They've done quite a bit. There has been a direct investment from IFC to Daystar, even in local currency, saying that let's support you to be able to do more. But beyond Daystar, we know that there are a number of the smaller SMEs that we will not be able to reach. And that's why we are partnering with our banks to set up funds. We're working with our partner banks to say that once you look at the eligibility criteria and see that you qualify, what you do, what sort of funding you're looking at, then we're happy to refer you to one of our partner banks. Maybe what I should do, because of time, is to go back to the last slide, which shows the contacts. I'm just a business leader, but we also have someone who is the specialist, for climate finance initiative for IFC in the region, and you have the contacts. If there's anything for us to shoot us an email, send us text messages, emails, and everything. I'm sure that because of time, we can take it further beyond this session.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to all the participants and anyone who's got further questions. The contact details might have just used that for us. Thank you, Mr. Babatunde, for that amazing session. Ladies and gentlemen, we really have to move. But please, before we do so, give Mr. Babatunde a round of applause in the comment section. Please do that. Light it up.
And a round of applause to the Lagos Business School as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We're moving on to the next session very, very quickly. And this is another panel session. This panel discussion is on businesses, accountability for social impact. And I'm going to just roll out or introduce our panelists as well as our moderator so that we can move as fast as possible. The first panelist for this session is the Chief Regions Officer, Global Reporting Initiative, that's the GRI. A very, very impressive body supporting this conference generally. Please join me as a welcome as Theodore Jatadotti on stage. Thank you very much for joining us. Also on this panel session is the Head of Sustainability and CSV, Enel Green Power, Dr. Abdelila Chamin. You're welcome. As well, joining this panel session is the Group Chief Sustainability Officer, Omni Rajiv Ramlugon. Please join us on stage. You're very much welcome. The Chief Executive Officer, Shared Value Africa Initiative, is also going to be on this panel session, Tiki Bernard. I think I see you already. Thank you for coming on stage. All right, then I'm going to hand over very quickly to the moderator of this session, who is the lead facilitator and manager, Lagos Business School Sustainability Center, Oriva Ataya. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Moyo, and thank you to everyone. I have to say thank you very much to all our panelists before now, Henrietta, E and Dr. Fatumata, and now Babatunde. I think you've set it up very well for our panel to have an easy job. Before we introduce ourselves, I would want to first of all call on our GRI partner to make her special remarks for this session that's focused on business accountability for social impact. Ashtidori, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much, and a warm welcome to everyone from Amsterdam, where I am located. And we just had our first little snow here. I know there is summer in your part of the world, so we are a little bit jealous. But it's a great honor to be here today to just give a few starting remarks at the beginning of the session, which is focusing on business accountability for social impacts. And I think obviously the underlying theme is also the SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals, which when they were launched back in 2015 were seen as a game changer, I guess, or a potential game changer, because of the important role that the private sector plays in the achievement of the goals. So I guess everybody started slowly identifying which goals are most relevant to my business. And 5 years in, we entered the decade of change, but under very, very strange and unprecedented circumstances with the pandemic that we all of a sudden all are, we are all in it together, and that sort of has brought a very special circumstances to light. And I think this has what we have been seeing at GRI all from the start of the pandemic is that people are realizing that social issues have actually come to the forefront as very important sustainability issues or topics. And what we also see, of course, I represent GRI, and we develop and deliver the most widely used sustainable reporting framework and standards. So a part of the reporting process is, of course, materiality assessment, where companies need to assess what is where is their greatest impact from a sustainability perspective. And we've been seeing that companies have been realizing the need to actually rethink and relook at what is material to them. And like I said, that the social issues have come to the forefront. And of course, reporting on how you are responding to these changed times and the crisis is of course very important. So reporting is in that sense a very important tool, and a strategic tool as well. But it's been very interesting to follow the change trends. But what has also come to the forefront is that the SDG that maybe a lot of people didn't pay much attention to in the beginning, SDG 17 on partnerships, is actually sort of unfolding as a crucial SDG, you could say, and a very important one. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing the presentations or the comments from my colleagues in the panel to how this has played a role in their current reality. So I think, yeah, partnerships, it's some words that come to mind: partnerships, accountability, credibility, trust, transparency. All of these concepts are so important. And so I think I will just leave it at that and not dwell too much on this, but I'm very much looking forward to the panel discussion. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think those of us here really would like to know how to pronounce your name. So if you could pronounce your name correctly for us, at least let's learn something else today.
Okay, that is maybe just so my name is pronounced. I am Icelandic, so I come from Iceland, and the way we pronounce my name back home is Ásthildur Hjaltadóttir. But being how do you say, having lived most of my life and my career in an international arena, I accept all versions, but but that's how my parents would pronounce it. Let's put it like that. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much, Ashley. I think I'll shorten it to that so that I don't do more damage. So she is the Chief Regions Officer for Global Reporting Initiative, who are our partners for this forum. Thank you very, very much. Now over to my panel. I think we've learned a lot now from what she said about how the social issues are showing up as being really material to businesses' long-term success. And I would like our panel to start by, first of all, introducing themselves and also showing how this is turning out, or how this trend is playing out in their own organizations where they lead, because I do know they are champions across Africa trying to get businesses to create more social value. So we started with an introduction from Ash, so I'm going to go to a gentleman to first of all kick us off. Dr. Abdullah Chame, could you introduce yourself to the conference room and also tell us a bit about your organization?
Thank you so much for holding this event, first of all, and also thank you so much for the invitation. It's a real pleasure and honor to be among these estimated, let's say, panelists. I'm Abdullah Shami. I'm the head of sustainability for Energy and Power based in Morocco. I'm covering the region of Central and North Africa for Enel. For people who don't know Enel, it's one of the super majors in renewable energies. And in the region, we are having more, let's say, it's a focus on the energy sector, but at the same time, having in our DNA of the business model, sustainability as integrated part of the whole work that we are doing. I don't know if we have to go deeply in that sense at the moment, but I will save a few of the important aspects about sustainability and how we are doing things in the discussion of the panel. But briefly speaking, the sustainability is really considered in our business model as integrated in all the aspects from early stage of design till the end of the activities of managing the let's say it's the parks and production of renewable energies. And it's an activity that is taken, let's say, in consideration across all the functions and integrated totally with all business lines in a way that everyone is having something to do in it, but at the same time, reporting in it in a very, let's say, integrated way. So that's briefly just an introduction about it, and potentially during the discussion, we can deep dive in it and say some of the words about the social impact, because it's a topic that is really important for us as well, because it's not only having an approach or strategy for sustainability, but at the same time, we are targeting to create value. But in order to do that, we have to measure how we do things. And in that sense, we can discuss during the panel session all the aspects about how we do create value, and then how we do monitor this value creation, and then how we measure the impact over the years. So potentially it can be a good case also to share with our estimated colleagues. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Chami. Now over to Tiki Bernard, who is CEO and founder of Shared Value Africa Initiative. And I would like to invite that Dr. Chami and Ravi, you can have your cameras on during the session. Please don't feel like you have to turn it off. Yes. Tiki?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to Lagos Business School and the GRI for inviting me to be part of this. And Abdulila, I just want to add to what you were saying. Sustainability is also about our social impact. So sustainability is no longer about being green, looking at environmental issues only. It's about the overall sustainability of an organization at a people level, at an environmental level, at a societal level, at an operational level, supplier and your value chain as well. And creating sustainability as an organization is about creating economic value and value for society, what we call profit with purpose. So it can no longer be about profit focus only. And that's where we come in, Ariba, as you know, as the Shared Value Africa Initiative. We are the regional partners of the Global Shared Value Initiative that advocate and motivate for private sector to shift strategy, to profitably address societal and environmental issues through the core business. And I'm sure Abdullah will talk a little bit about it because Enel is one of our members. And I mean, they are one of the really, really great examples from a global perspective. So for us, is shifting the focus from profit only to profit with purpose. And just a quick little bit of background, the shared value business management concept was created by world-renowned economists and Harvard professors, Michael Porter and Mark Kramer. I'm sure some of you have heard about the 5 forces that Michael Porter always talk about. And they define creating shared value as policies and practices that enhances the competitiveness of a company, because we always want to be profitable. So we need to look at the internal policies and practices that we set up as organizations and as companies and as countries and as government that can enhance the competitiveness of a company, while we simultaneously advance the economic and social conditions in the communities in which we operate. And I think I'm not going to say much more because we're going to talk about social impact of business and provide some examples, Ariba. But that's just, we are an organization that we're a Pan-African organization and we work across our continent. We would love to be in all 55 countries, but we're not there yet. We're 3.5 years old and we are working in 13 countries at the moment. So back to you, Ariba, and thank you for allowing me to introduce the Shared Value Africa Initiative.
Thank you very much, Tiki. And I'm sure there's a lot more to be said, and we have some time to do that. Now, I would like to invite Ravi Ramolong, who is the Group Chief Sustainability Officer of Omnicane. Please go ahead. Okay, Ravi, you're muted. You need to unmute. Thank you.
Sorry. So thank you, Riva, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone, from wherever you are in the world. And thank you very much to Lagos Business School and to GRI for giving me the opportunity to be on this panel today. So I'm the Group Chief Sustainability Officer of Omnicane, and we are based in Mauritius. We have a long-standing history in the sugarcane industry in Mauritius. And recently we have, in the context of creating more resilience to our group in the early 2000s, when Mauritius was losing the preferential agreements that we had for our sugar export to Europe. So we had to be more competitive. So in this wake, we revamped our organization to become a more diversified company, producing more co-products like refined sugar, bioethanol, energy from bagasse. And today we say that we are producing about 40% of the renewable energy bagasse-based power for the country, and 28% of the energy consumption of the island. We are also based in Kwale, in Kenya, where we have a sugar cluster operating, and we also have a hydropower plant in Rwanda that is currently being set up. We have, over the past, I would say, 15 years, taken a number of initiatives to accompany us in this new roadmap towards resilience. One of the landmark, I would say, achievements for us has been the adoption of GRI at a very, very early stage in 2010 itself, when GRI was even not very much known. As sustainability reporting was at its first, I would say, infancy in Mauritius. So we started with that, and I think it paid its dividend in the end, because by being proactive in our sustainability approach, we managed to set up a number of, I would say, not only checks and balances, but also prioritize and know our stakeholders and prioritize our commitments. And we can also say that today, when we look at the sugar business, the customer, and it's true for other commodities as well, that the customers are really driving sustainability. Because when the customer is no longer asking only for the quality of your product, but they are also asking for the sustainability credentials of your supply chain, this makes you think, and it makes you react, so that you can become more responsive to their requirements. And at the same time, it helps you to not only have your loyalty of your customers, but also to retain your customers in time. So there has been, during the panel, I'm going to maybe dive more into that. But we have taken a number of initiatives and sustainability initiatives, and I would say that it's a journey. It's a journey, and we are fully committed, and it is really helping us to build resilience in our industry. Thank you.
Great, great. I think the introductions have also been like a lecture. So we've done a case study on Omnicane and on NL Green Power. So thank you very much. I'm going to come back to Tiki in a bit, but just to set the scene, and also very interesting what Ravi mentioned, which is that, you know, leading businesses are reinventing themselves and innovating to meet the growing expectations of a world that's characterized by social, economic, and development challenges, particularly for those businesses that are operating out of sub-Saharan Africa or Africa in general. And now we've even seen that developed economies are not necessarily safe from some of these social and economic issues. I think the COVID pandemic really showed us that you know, none of us is okay if any one region is not okay. So at the end of the day, beyond just the challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, you know, large population growth, migration, food and energy security, access to clean water, to energy, you know, stakeholders are calling on companies to be more purpose-driven, or to even be more accountable and balance their financial returns with the value created for a broader level of stakeholders. So I know you will definitely be doing justice to showing us how this is happening, what challenges are really experiencing trying to be a company that does this, and where the support or the systems need to move, adjust, change, build, in order to have more companies across Africa, especially in light of our Africa Continental Free Trade Area agreements and other opportunities for economic expansion, so that we grow, but we also grow sustainably. So Tiki, I would like you to tell us what is the social impact of business? Let's say some of the people in our room have never heard about this. What should the social impact of business be, and why is it important?
For that. I think Prof. Chris said it this morning in his opening remarks when he said social impact is the business of business. And I think when we look at social impact, it's about making sure that whatever we do as companies has a positive impact, and it reduces the negative impact that the business or a project might have on the community. So broadly defined, social impact is the net effect of a company's activities on a community, and the well-being of the individuals and families in those communities. So when we talk about social impact, and I think, you know, it was what you said, Ariba, as well, Dr. Fatoumata set it up this morning about social impact and about purpose, because we as organizations can no longer focus on profit only. It's about our impact, and it starts with little things in an organization. Are we paying our employees a living wage? What are we doing to the environment? Are we conscious of the impact that we make on the environment? Say, for example, if we're a logistics company and we've got all of these big trucks moving from one side of the country to the other, is there a way that we could make it more effective? Because the thing is, we've got to look at the Sustainable Development Goals, and we as business, from a social impact perspective, we need to find those material issues as a business from a social perspective that's holding us back. And we have to come up with innovative ideas as to how we can profitably address those. And social impact is really the business of business, as Prof. Chris said this morning, Aruba. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you very much, Tiki. And typically, I teach some courses here at school, and usually this is an argument that usually comes up with core MBA business students. I'm trying to run a business. In our context, there's so many other challenges, regulatory, infrastructure, but I would like Dr. Chami to kind of tell us, so for NL Energy, how did this even come about in your organization? So how does adopting or integrating your social goals, how did it happen? And then how do you really do it as a strategy for the long term? And like Fatimata was saying, integrate it in the business itself so that it's not just an add-on or it doesn't look like it's philanthropy, it's just part of doing business.
Thank you so much for the question, and also joining what Tiki said on that sense. And she is wonderful in putting the right words in the right time to describe how it is really needed at the moment, because with the COVID-19 situation, many businesses also are looking for the real purpose of their activities, and at the same time redefining the way of doing the business in a very, let's say it's real way that is embracing the reality of what is happening at the moment. Just adding one point before speaking about how we do in NL, I think more and more organizations at the moment are really, let's say it's looking to create more value with a positive impact through, let's say it's social positive impact. And this effect is, certainly speaking, is having not only a limited impact on the company or the business itself, but also on people, communities, and society in general. And when we think about it, there is an effort in that sense in order to create this value. And ideally in a very, let's say, a systemic way that is sustainable, but at the same time innovative. This is really a cycle that should be kept in that way in order to nourish it and then to create value and continue creating this value for the society, for the company, for the communities. And then with the time, it's very iterative because we learn a lot in that process, and then we measure, we assess, and then we learn and we address again and again. So the impact and the social impact in terms of creating that value needs a lot of work in order to have a systemic approach inside the organization. And it's making the bridge with NL at the same time. It's a very, let's say it's a long way where NL started about putting in place the cornerstone of sustainability in the business, thinking about how this business can be responsible, how it can be having positive impact, and how it can create value and sustain this value creation in different geographies, but at the same time through different phases of the value chain itself. Examples are all the time the best way of explaining something, how it is done. And the renewable energy is one of the best examples to describe how things are integrated from the early stage, let's say it, of having the purpose inside the company and understanding what is the mission of the business itself. Sure, the business and the business model itself is targeting to create value and sustain the value over the time, but at the same time sharing this value with all the ecosystem, having a positive impact on those communities. But when we go inside the system itself and the company, how we do translate this sustainability in terms of specific actions. For sure, the early stage starts all the time when we describe a little bit the value chain. One, we start scouting for new businesses and looking around how we are thinking about creating this business. So the design itself at this early stage, when we do integrate sustainability in it, and we think early on in a sustainable and innovative way, it helps us a lot in terms of designing, let's say, the business itself based on those elements. One example, in order to launch, let's say it's research about potential acquisitions or potential, let's say, new projects to work on. We are looking all the time about how we can create positive impacts within the regions or the places where the program or the project will be built. The impact is not limited, frankly speaking, to the countries where we are dealing with, but also with those communities. We do measure potential impacts. We do see what matters to all stakeholders. So all this thing is going through a very iterative process of discussion, and also to open, let's say, it's feedback collection, and then to hearing what's going on, and then collecting the feedbacks and building on the realities of things. And from there, those, let's say, elements that matters to stakeholders are also embraced with what is mattering also to the business itself, and creating the materiality matrix of, let's say, the business from early stage of designing the solutions of the let's say, it's the business modelization of the work itself. And from there, we start really doing things. And the good thing with NL, that's all those processes and the systemic approach was translated early on to internal, let's say, to policies that helps all the business functions to really embrace and integrate this mission of integrating sustainability in a very systematic way. So there's no way to think about it, but there is a way to work on it and to apply it. And it helps a lot when you frame it. And that was my second point about having a frame where we put all those, let's say, sustainable elements from the early stage of designing, let's say, solutions of the business, from technical side, which is very, very technical, from electrical engineering, civil engineering, putting in place solutions on the land and all we can imagine on very specific and tangible elements of the business, to a very generic and soft, let's say, skills that are used in order to finalize the design of solution. Having said those elements, it needs a lot of commitments from different, let's say, it's include the, let's say, teams and diverse also teams in that work to have, let's say, it's a common purpose in that sense, and to design really positive, let's say, sustainable and social investments that are going in line with the business itself. So we are maintaining a design of the business, but we are also taking in consideration all the elements that matters to our stakeholders in order to design, let's say, social impact solutions to create value with them. So that's really important. In order to do that, as I said before, the frame helps a lot in order to put in place all the elements that could lead us in different, let's say, purposes. I will share a few examples. The Sustainable Development Goals helps a lot in order to link the social impact, let's say, targets that we do have internally, following the different, let's say, elements or parts of the value chain, from business development to construction to operations, as an example of the renewable energy value chain. And an additional one, like we are all today working with JRI, it's one of the frames that helps a lot in order to understand what is the way where we can frame, let's say, our sustainability approach in terms of strategy, first of all, objectives, elements that could us and help us in order to understand the local landscape, translate those in terms of social projects, then monitor the implementation, and then see how things can evolve in a very, let's say, continuous way of measurement and iterative way of addressing, because it's a learning curve. We cannot say that we are all the time 100% correct in the way, but we learn quickly, we readapt, and then we move to the next steps in order to see exactly how we can do things. I guess this way of doing things helps a lot in terms of first having the framework and then putting in place specific, let's say, metrics. And once we do put the metrics, we identify really the elements, how we can understand the elements that we can help us to measure our social performance in doing, let's say, it's our approach in a very sustainable way. Adding to this, there is all the time, or I'm calling this, frankly speaking, fine-tuning aspects, like the timing of making the measurements and putting in place the real KPIs. Sustainability and social impact, when I'm talking about it, that's something that is really important to measure over the time, but not as very tangible, let's say, it's financial data that you are analyzing. And that's why timing is important, but link it also to qualitative data, in my opinion, because all the time, storytellings in terms of analyzing the social impact of activities within the stakeholders and communities more specifically is really important. We can measure number of dollars that are invested, impacts on specific projects like the education, like the access to energy, like the access also better life conditions. But then qualitative data helps a lot in order to understand how, let's say, it's much is important, our impact in that scope. Because when you listen to people, when you also listen to stakeholders, when you have the story, the real storytelling about the impact and the value that we create within those communities, you have a 360 degrees vision or visibility about the impact. That is really important to share. I will not stop if you don't. On that.
Yes, yeah, I can tell. I think your passion is coming through the screen because it's obvious you do this every day, and I'm really thankful for sharing. You know what your own Anna's own experience in doing this, and you spoke. I got some very key things out of what you said. One, that it has to be linked to the purpose of the organization.
Exactly.
Two, you have to build a strategy around it. You have to monitor and measure, and then you have to analyze that data, not just from a financial lens, but a lens that also captures some of the other issues, the social issues, by looking at qualitative data. And I would want to come to Rajiv, who's working in a different region, but also in a similar context. So let's build on what he's shared with us. What are the things that a business should typically consider in trying to create this social impact strategy or integrate social impact into their existing strategy? You shared earlier that your organization kind of had to repurpose, and there were reasons for that repurposing. Your stakeholders, your customers were having a different kind of demand. And how was that? How did that really work out? Was that easy? Was the transition really easy? And what advice would you give to others who are trying to do that in Africa as well?
Yeah, in fact, it's true that when we look at the way the landscape of the corporate world has evolved over the past, I would say, 2 to 3 decades, we can see that there has been really a shift in the way we look at the organization. There is no longer this sort of silo approach where the business is considered as being separate from the society and from the environment at large. And we now realize that the corporates, the organizations are embedded within the society, and the society is itself embedded into a bigger, what we term as the ecosystem. So once we realized this, and this is in fact what we took as the backdrop of our own business model, was to go about identifying your stakeholders, because I think that's the starting point, is to, along the value chain mapping, is to identify who are your stakeholders. And you will see that your stakeholders don't necessarily have the same priorities or the same expectations from you. It's going to be different for each stakeholder group that you have. But the most important thing is to identify who are those stakeholder groups and start addressing their needs, and ensure that there is convergence between what the business priorities and the priorities of the stakeholders. So let's start by the employees themselves. So Omnicane, we currently employed about 1,500 people in our different sector of activities in Mauritius. And it was a challenging time when I explained that we were in a phase of transforming this industry. We needed at the same time to do with existing employees who probably didn't have the right skills for the modernization of this industry. And we also had to bring on board new competencies, new knowledge in terms of engineering, automation, and all that. And I think this is where we had a big challenge, and we managed to ensure I would say, a proper integration of those who had the experience in the sector, give them the right training so that they can keep up with their skills that they had, and at the same time gradually integrate people with probably less experience but with more academic background in terms of engineering competencies that were needed for us to be able to embark onto this journey. Obviously, resistance to change is something that you see all the time, and even on our side, it was a bit probably more pronounced because it was quite a well-established industry. And that's where what we saw was having the commitment of everyone. That is, it's not that it's not just the affair of the CEO or the board. It's the commitment at all levels within the organization as to where we want to go. So that everyone had to feel being part of it. And I think this is where we succeeded in motivating our team and ensuring that the team was able to have all the competence that we needed. Then another stakeholder group for us is the planters community. Just to tell you that on our side, we have more than 4,000 planters who bring their sugarcane to our sugar mill, and we process their sugarcane into value-added products. So when we talk about 4,000 planters, we are talking about, you just multiply it by 5 or by 10, you can see how the ripple effect it has in terms of the impact it has on the number of people in that with whom we interact. So there was a very important need to work together with them to see how in this new model they can still find their place. And for the small planters, I just give you one example. Small planters today we have encouraged them to embark onto standards that are going to differentiate them on the market in terms of their competitiveness. So for them, engaging into fair trade certification was really a landmark achievement, because it not only helped to improve the level of conditions of work among their own workers, but at the same time, it gave them a competitive edge in terms of the leverage that the fair trade sugar that was being produced could be marketed for. We integrated this fair trade movement ourselves. By last year, we've gone for fair trade certification ourselves in terms of our ethanol distillery. Why we did that? Because there is a new market that was opening up for fair trade ethanol, which is a new business and a new opportunity to generate premium for the small planters. So to be resilient, you need to find markets and to respond to the needs of the markets. And today the market, as I explained, are looking for sustainability credentials at all stages of the value chain. Another stakeholders are the local community, because today through social media, people are very much well informed, and they expect the sort of, I would say, transparency, radical transparency from the point of view of the organization. And being transparent in your reporting, in your performance, in your engagement with the local community, although they don't work for you, they are not your planters community, but they are just people from the neighboring community. Getting them on board is probably the best way to proactively address environmental issues and not to wait for issues to have an impact, environmental issues to have an impact on them. So like this, I would say that the approach has been to identify and integrate everyone and to ensure that all expectations are met for our stakeholder groups.
Yeah. Yes, thank you so much. And I think you've then showed us who are the different groups that you have to consider in this. And it's very interesting that not all of that is just about external, it's also about internal. And I can imagine having to go through that journey. Dr. Chami has to log off soon. So I want to ask him my final question before he does. Going now to how you bring this impact that you're able to create through your revised business model, your strategy that has the social and sustainability issues integrated. From your reporting stance, so we know that you all report using the DRI framework. Thank you for doing that. But how does this then translate? So after you've gone through this reporting, you've been reporting for a while now, what has changed in your business? Dr. Chami.
Thank you so much for the question. It's really important to share also the lessons learned from that sense. And that's why during the second part of the intervention, I spoke about the frame, and there are many that's normally are many groups using. And for the case of NL, let's say it's the annual report that is integrating sustainability is really important that we mentioned in the frame that we're using GRI. And in that sense, there is a lot of good things that help us in order to, let's say it's, as I said before, it was really a long term where NL prepared itself as a business to integrate sustainability, not only in the business itself, but also as, let's say it's in DNA of the business. So it's, one is considered as it is, you see that the reflection of the spirit on the report is seen, and it's really automatic. It's not something that we are just making as a makeup, but it's really very deep in a sense that the business itself is feeding, let's say, the social impact that we see in the GRI, let's say, reporting initiative. And that's really important to share that. In terms of really good, let's say, lessons learned in that sense, all stakeholders, not only internal ones, because I really like the way Rajiv shared about being involved internally with employees first, and then go deeply with the stakeholder groups, and then see how we can take in consideration their needs. That's really important, because once we start doing this this iterative process in order to understand internally through business functions and also all people involved in that sense, there is all the time really very good value that is created in a sense of the diversification. The processes themselves helps people to understand first, and then there is innovation of the way how every, let's say it's element inside the organization is tackling the sustainable aspect in terms of implementation, then in terms of reporting, and then in terms of, let's say, learning from that sense. The frame helps a lot in order to have everything synchronized in a way to let our external stakeholders understand what is done internally in the business itself and how all the functions are involved in that sense. From different perspectives, it can be about the business accountability, it can be also about the openness, transparency, about gender integration, it can be also about how far we can go deeply in the social impact when we talk about impact within the local communities in the areas of our activities. But for sure, learning is one of the most important elements that I can share today, but learning in a very constructive way. Innovation is very important because we see, in the sense how then I reported at the moment, we see that there is an open window in terms of different new aspects that are coming on and on, because the COVID-19 situation opened a huge window in terms of seeing how business can be resilient in very risky environments and not really predictable at all, because whatever risk strategy that all businesses had in the past, the COVID-19 situation opens eyes about that there is also a huge uncertainty in terms of managing those risks, but it gives an answer. When we do have a really good sustainability approach, and then a very, let's say, it's working system internally, and then link it directly to stakeholders with all different categories, and then reporting all of this, linking to a frame helps a lot in terms of having transparent visibility from inside with all internal stakeholders to external ones about very specific elements of reporting, and that is creating trust and bonds that are really strong internally and also externally within different, let's say, it's groups of stakeholders. It can be finance, it can be, let's say, it's all the international, let's say, it's sustainable noting agencies. It helps a lot in order to saying, yes, those companies are taking these elements in a very specific and transparent way, and it leads us to really move to the second steps of having, let's say, thinking seriously about more what is after, and that's really important. We start seeing now, and I'm launching also a few things to the debates, more elements that now on the sustainability aspects about also measuring different ways, because in NL we included different ways to measure our social impacts, and we created tools that are really good to share also with you about the social design index when we are talking about our projects, how we do measure the social impact on projects before launching the sustainability project. We do have an index that is created. We do measure this index, and then before deciding on doing or not a business, we do have this kind of indexes that helps us a lot in terms of saying how far we are having the impact. And then it helps a lot to feed a lot the internal, let's say, reporting, but at the same time feeds globally the frame of external reporting in terms of giving the transparency in terms of impacts that our businesses is having, not only limited to tangible financial, let's say, numbers, but also, as I said before, link it to qualitative data about how far we can go in terms of positive impact through the reporting frames that we are using. And GRI from far is one of the best that helps a lot in terms of framing the way of putting in place all the processes and all the KPIs to give the right, let's say, answer on specific elements of let's say, it's metrics that we can use internally and being understood using a common, let's say, language among different categories of stakeholders, externally speaking, mostly. So I think that those elements helps a lot in approaching the social impact through different dimensions. And it's not only what we are doing and who is doing what and how much we are dispersing, and the way of doing things helps a lot in order to see that. And the business itself is generating a new skin, which is really very socially accountable, but at the same time open to others in order to learn from them. I'm saying this all the time. I'm not afraid from learning, because that's the role of having frames like GRI, because we do see how things are evolved. And that's why inside NL, we do have really very, let's say, it's standardized way of doing, designing, implementing, not only technical side of the business, but also sustainability, but then reporting and then auditing. So auditing is not limited to financial, let's say, aspects, but also it's also for sustainability aspects, because accountability is really an important element. It's not only saying accountable, but doing it in a very practical way and then reporting it, being accountable on that sense. And it's really putting in place this kind of frames helps a lot to move to another, let's say, it's way of measuring the social performance and accountability in a very complex world. It's not easy to be done, but the business sometimes helps a lot in doing that, because you have this purpose and then you do a business in a very sustainable way. You design things that are really taken in consideration, all stakeholders, let's say, the element that matters, and then that mix it with what the business matters, and then designing social, let's say, initiatives with the specific indexes that help us measure in a very predictive way the potential impact, and then from there deciding about how we can go forward at this and link this to a frame that help us first of all to implement, then to monitor, and then to report on, in order to learn from all those processes. And at the end of the line, the business is not only limited of the sphere of creating financial value, but global, let's say, it's created value with a positive impact within all stakeholder categories.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shami. And I think you made it very clear that it's not a walk in the park and it's not a one-day click and play journey for businesses to do this. Thank you very much. I know you have to log off, but we definitely appreciate the time and the contributions, and we definitely look forward to learning more about NL's sustainability journey. So you can put more information in the chat box. And everyone, I would like to take some more questions now, so you can even raise your hand if you would like to make a question, ask a question or make a contribution, and we will be able to unmute you to do so, because I know we have a huge audience and many are from the private sector and doing this across different regions in Africa. But before, so you can raise your hand and we'll be able to see you and unmute you. I'm going to go to Tiki now to look at this from another aspect. So a lot of this is about a business deciding based on different pressures to change their approach, or even just based on the fact that their businesses have changed. For example, in the energies, in the what we would usually have called the oil and gas sector, most of these companies now refer to themselves as energy companies, not just oil and gas companies. And I think Rajiv gave us a very wonderful example from his own company. So I want Tiki to tell us a bit about what the regulators should be doing, because in some ways, they are coming on board on this conversation, the public sector, the government, and regulators of businesses and different other organizations. But how should they really be approaching this issue of social impact and accountability? Yes, Tiki.
Thank you, Reba. You know, I just want to add a little bit to what Dila was saying just now, because I think, you know, when you look at an organization like Enel, their business used to be coal. They used to be in coal, and today they're one of the second biggest renewable energy providers. So, I mean, they've come a long way. But then back to your question from a regulatory perspective, I think when we, and I'm sure Robbie will agree with me, we don't change as organizations out of our own free will. You know, if we look at the GRI reporting, if we look at the SASB reporting, if we look at the SDG reporting, you know, it's not something that organizations do out of their own free will. So what inevitably have to happen is that we have to set up policies and practices, you know, that will almost make companies sit up and actually do the actual reporting and do follow the regulations. And if we look, even if we go back, Ariba, now to COP26 and we look at what's happening from a fossil fuel perspective and the decisions that were made there has to be the regulatory rules and regulations need to be there to enforce that onto our companies. Then it becomes easier. You know, the GRI reporting, and I'm sure I saw Douglas is here as well today. I mean, in the beginning with GRI reporting, we all thought, wow, you know, it's too much. And what inevitably happened also from an organizational perspective is that when you look at which type of reporting are you going to choose from an organization perspective, is that you've also got to choose which one fits, within your business the best. But just to come back to your point, we need those non-financial regulations. We do need it, because if we don't do it, companies will not actually adhere to any of the SDGs. I mean, we've got 17 of them, you know, and what we always say from an organizational perspective and from a shared value perspective is that you can align your business to the SDGs. You look at that material issue that's holding your business back, and and as Abdullah was saying, you find an innovative way through your entire ecosystem, and you collaborate on bringing about change profitably. But from the regulatory part, it needs to be reinforced, because companies are not going to do it on their own, Ariba. And I don't want to take up too much time, because I know we don't have a lot of time. I would love to know also what Rajiv thinks. You know, is companies going to do it out of their own free will, or do we have to reinforce it? Thank you, Ariba.
Yes, thank you, Tiki, and yes, Rajiv.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, you know, there are two ways to look at it. It's either you say that you will do it only for the sake of compliance, which is what companies are doing. You can obviously you need to have the proper, I would say, regulatory framework for companies or for the business to operate. But I think what is important also is it has to come not just as a mere compliance. It has to go, I would see it more as going beyond compliance, because this is where the true commitment comes from. Otherwise, it just, I need to comply with this requirement, so I stay only up to the level that I'm compliant. I'm not prepared to do anything that is going to go beyond that. I have my comfort zone, I stay there. But what is interesting, and I'm going to share with you a few examples where we have taken, I would say, the voluntary approach to adhere to a certain number of practices. The first one was GRI. I know that in certain countries, the stock exchange, for example, would regulate that you have to go for sustainability reporting. And when we adopted sustainability reporting, there was no such requirement at any point in time. We are a public listed company, and we just started doing it. And it's 5 years later that the Stock Exchange of Mauritius, again on a voluntary basis, started having companies to report on their sustainability performance in terms of the sustainability index. But again, taking this proactive approach enabled us to, because as I explained, we had a big challenge ahead of us, was to how we make a 180 degrees U-turn from where we were and how we move towards a more resilient industry, which an industry that for many people, they would say that it's a doomed industry. It's a very old industry. There is no hope for that industry. But today we have shown that it is an industry that is contributing to climate change issues through the use of renewable energy. It is an industry that is contributing in terms of the multiplier effect. The sugar industry has the highest multiplier effect in Mauritius, and it has been shown in studies. So this industry is meant to really have a, I would say, co-creation of value with the people. And another example I would give is the adoption of the Bon Sucrose standard, which is a standard that was completely new to the sector, because this was a requirement that big sugar buyers were looking for in terms of commitment from the supply chain. And again, this was something that we could have said, no, it's not for us, or it's not for now. No one is forcing us to do it. Why should we do it? But again, we adopted a very early proactive approach, and it paid in terms of dividend, because it helped us to secure our customers and to secure markets for our product. As I used to say, Mauritius is a small country. We can't dictate, or we can't influence the price of our commodity that we produce on the market. We are not like Brazil, like India. We are not a big producer. But where we can have the competitive edge is in terms of credentials. And I think sustainability credentials are today, we have demonstrated it, and we've shown it, how we've been able to secure emerging markets, emerging requirements of customers. And I think this has paved the way even for new initiatives, more initiatives to come in the future, in the light of, for example, in Mauritius, the phasing out of coal, which has been announced for 2030. Taki, you were mentioning that about the coal industry. Yes, we do use coal today in our operations, and I think it's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity for us to use this solid, I would say, background that we have to use innovation so as to drive this transition towards more renewable energy adapted to the local context. So yes, and also the I can say the 2 years that we had in terms of experience with COVID has shown us that in the context of an island state, where you tend, when you're isolated from the rest of the world, you tend to have to understand that you need to rely on your own resources. And again, that's where for corporates to realize that working with local partners, producing for your local consumers, and having this partnership is very important to ensure resilience in this more and more uncertain world today.
Great, well said, and thank you for the transparency of showing that it's still a journey, but like you said, you're, as a company, you're already looking at these issues, you've already kind of accepted it. But many businesses in Africa, and I think that's why we hold forums like this, and we work with organizations like GRI and SVI to say, you know, it's possible, and it's not just a nice to do, it's actually better for your business in the long run. I'm sure there are new markets, having a fair trade product coming out of sub-Saharan Africa, you're even in a very niche market, and I'm sure there's a lot of financial returns as well. Rajiv, maybe if you can confirm that for us, that it also makes more money for the business as well. So thank you very much to my panelists and to everyone who stayed on. I know we've been online for a long time, but I would hand off back now to Moyo, but say I wanted to take, if you had any parting or closing words, call to action for those business leaders who are here listening to you. What should they take out of this, and how should they be more accountable in their own businesses for social impact? So Tiki, you go first.
Sure, Reva. I think if there's one message that I can give to everybody today, and it's been proven through research as well, is that purpose-driven organization outperform their competitors. And I think Professor Michael Porter said it in Australia on a 1 to 10 basis. So if you're a purpose-driven organization, your social impact strategy will form part of your strategy. And it's a long-term journey, yes, but profitability is at the end of it. And while you're making your money, you're also having a positive effect on the society and the environment as well. So thank you for that, Uriva.
Thank you very much, Tiki. Yes, Rajiv, your last word.
Yeah, I would say that sustainability it should go beyond the box ticking and window dressing practices, because sustainability is really for the long term. If you're looking only for short-term gains, immediate gains, then you're out of it. Sustainability journey, as we said, it's a journey. It's a long-term journey, but definitely it's something that pays in the end, because you are looking in the same direction and your objectives are converging with that of your stakeholders and also with the global challenges that we face in terms of the environment and the society.
Yes, thank you very much. Well said. And I hope we have convinced and enlightened a few or a lot of people here today. And Mr. Samuel is telling us we staying online is against sustainability principles. All right, we note that. But so we're going to go into a brief video interlude, which Moyo will introduce. And you can please get up from the chair, stretch your legs, and come back for the summary of learnings and announcements for tomorrow. But thank you very much, Tiki. Thank you, Rajiv. Moyo, over to you.
Thank you so much for that beautiful session. Thank you so much for the insights, all of our panelists. Esteemed, thank you very much, Dr. Abdulila, as well as Rajiv, Tiki Bernard, and very, very awesome moderator, Uriva. We say a very big thank you to you, and I love every time I go through the comment section, I love what I see there. I love the interaction, and I love the energy. Thank you to you, the participants, as well, for being here. Let's quickly go on for a very short video interlude, and then we'll come back for the summary of learnings. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very, very much. If you've got value so far from this conference, I'd just like you to drop something in the comment section saying, I've got value, or I've been learning, just put it in your own words. So we know that you've got value so far. Just put that in the comment section if you can hear me. All right, now we'll bring on stage for the summary of learnings, Dr. Ibrahim Salah, who is the Managing Director, Environment, Accord, and Affiliate, Lagos Business School Sustainability Center. You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay, thank you. And my job is to take us through the key learnings for the day. It's been a long day, and I have been taking notes. So I'm going to be sharing with us the key points that I have noted from the different presentations and sessions that we have had today. As you would recall, Dr. Ogbeche also challenged us to get our pen and paper in his opening remarks. So I believe that some of you have also captured these points, but I'll just share with you the points that I have noted. For starters, I'd like to remind us that the theme for this annual conference is maximizing global trade through sustainable development. And Dr. Beche, in his opening remarks, said that that can be achieved through the creation of an ecosystem of impacts through inclusive economic growth. So right after his remarks, we had the keynotes by Raza Jafar, who rephrased the story of giving a man a fish. And he said that typically the story is that when you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, but when you teach him how to fish, you feed him for his lifetime. But Raza revised or rephrased that story to say that when you teach a village, that when you teach a man to fish sustainably, you are feeding a whole village for a lifetime. So that is something that I found very interesting, because it typifies the entire idea of sustainability. And I thought that we should all note that story. It's not just about teaching the man to fish, it's also about teaching him to fish sustainably. And when you do that, you scale the results. Instead of feeding him for life, you then can enable the village to feed themselves for their lifetime. Raza also mentioned the importance of achieving SDG 8, Sustainable Economic Development, and he mentioned a few issues or challenges that the world is facing today that we should address. One of them is youth employment. Another one is modern day slavery, as typified by bonded labor, human trafficking, organ harvesting, and sexual exploitation. He also encouraged a collaborative approach to addressing these challenges. Then we went to the first panel discussion, where we had Iyi and Dr. Fatumata. That was moderated by Dr. Henrietta. There was something that he said that really struck me, and that was that it took him a bunch of failures for him to understand that impact is key to building a successful business. I found that to be very, very important, that he learned from his failures. So that's key. He also said that it's important to focus on how to leverage entrepreneurship for sustainable creation of value. Sustainable creation of value. And Dr. Fatumata dimensioned the entrepreneurship land scale into three. He said the first dimension or first group is those MSMEs that are just there to survive. That's the first dimension. The second dimension is those entrepreneurs that are addressing, trying to solve a problem, and they have a clear idea of how to solve that problem. And the third group is matured businesses or MSMEs that are already attracting funding. And she mentioned that that second group is really, really important in terms of achieving impact. So there was the point that he made that high impact should lead to high returns. Someone asked if you want to, if high impact necessarily may lead to low returns. He said no, that high impact actually should lead to high returns and that they go hand in hand. In her message to MSMEs, Dr. Fatimata encouraged that they are clear about what problem they are solving and why they are solving those problems. His message was to encourage MSMEs to think of themselves as not MSMEs, but actually technology-driven entrepreneurs. That this mindset is important to success. You are not just an MSME, but you are a technology-driven business or a technology-driven innovator. He also said that it's important to have a purpose, to define the values that you are, to define your values and make sure you work with people that have the same value system as you. The other key point is the point that a business exists to first give value to its customers. Then it can give value to its employees and ultimately shareholders. This was a very important point which I'd like us to go with, and I really like us to understand better. Henrietta, that was the first point, but Henrietta then came in to say, look, you actually would be delivering value, you'll be focused on delivering value to your customers. When you focus on delivering values to your employees, start with your employees, because it is your employees that will then go to deliver value to your customers and ultimately to the business and to shareholders. That very important point there. There was a point that businesses need to bring in the right people, pay them well, so they can work to make your customers happy. And this other point that he made for businesses to be investment ready. He said that first, they need to be a business. It needs to be a business. The second point is it needs to be a well-run business. And the third point is it needs to show that it's a well-run business by its reports, for example, especially third-party audits and assessment reports. He also mentioned that it's important for businesses to know where they are going, to have a clear vision of where they're going. Then Henrietta talked about and differentiated between predatory capitalism and humanistic capitalism. And she talked about predatory capitalism being business as usual, making money at all costs, and mentioned that really the paradigm shift we have seen is that towards humanistic capitalism, which is typified by the saying that doing good is good for business. She gave us the example of Alomo Bitters, and also said that humanistic capitalists or humanistic capitalism business types have been shown to be successful, to be scalable, and to be sustainable. From the presentation by Mr. Babatunde Obani of the IFC, we learned that post COP26, the IFC is working with 2 other institutional investors to embark on a $3 billion USD climate smart investment. And very importantly, he mentioned that the business case for sustainability is really well established and proven. Then we had the last panel, and I have a set of points from that session. The first one is that social issues and their reporting are really now at the forefront of corporate performance. That's the first one. 2, sustainability is not only about profit, but also about profit with purpose. 3, the idea of shared value as espoused by Michael Porter is at the center of sustainability. The other point is that shareholders are not only now calling businesses to account in terms of their own sustainability issues, but also in terms of the sustainability issues in their supply chain. There was a question, what is the social impact of business or businesses, and why is that important? The responses we received are: 1, social impact is the business of business, like Professor Beche also mentioned in his opening remark. It's important, we learned that it's important to take a social lens to materiality or materiality assessment and be systematic. And also for businesses to frame their sustainability approach. We learned that from one of the panelists. It's important to frame your sustainability approach and keep fine-tuning that until, actually you keep fine-tuning it for continuous improvement. So that's the point. We learned that timing is important, but it's also important to link performance to qualitative data. As most of us would know, ESG or sustainability data remains a challenge, especially in developing economies. There was a point that it's important to have a 360 visibility about impact. Today, we hear impact has become a buzzword, and we hear about it everywhere these days. But it's one thing to mouth it, it's another to really understand how what we are doing to make money and a profit is delivering impact all around the business, to understand every aspect of the impact delivery. So that was that point. The point was made that the silo approach, or thinking that you can do it alone in your corner of the world, is long gone. Businesses are embedded in societies who are themselves part of a larger ecosystem. So partnerships is important, as typified by SDG 17. There was a very strong point about the importance of stakeholder identification and the needs assessment. This cannot be overemphasized. The point was made also about the need for businesses to be ready, businesses who are on the sustainability journey to be ready to address resistance to change. We learned that constructive learning is key and that innovation is crucial to building business resilience. The point was made that there is a need to strengthen the regulatory arrangements because businesses may not do it out of their own free will or volition. So there's a need to strengthen the regulatory arrangements. We learned that purpose-driven organizations outperform the markets, established, proven. And finally, is the point that sustainability should go beyond box ticking and window dressing, and that it's a journey. Thank you very much. Perhaps you have some other points, but these are the key learning points that I took. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ibrahim. Thank you very much for that summary. Indeed, it was interesting to hear you, just give us an overview of what we've been doing since the hour of 10 when we converged at this conference. Thank you very much. Very quickly, we'll have the closing remark, very brief closing remark from the Director, Global Reporting Initiative, Africa, Douglas Katibu. Are you there, please?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me loud and clear? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Douglas.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Firstly, would like to express our gratitude to the GRI, on behalf of GRI, to the for attending the GRI for years, Brian conference, business accountability for social impact, as well as other opportunities that have been extended as by the center over the years. We look forward to beginning our collaboration with the LBS, and also important to note that as a business school, we are also not just focusing on Nigeria, but we are also taking the engagement across to other countries in sub-Saharan Africa as well. And I must express really gratitude to Dr. Salal. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yes, please.
Being so thorough in terms of the learning that have come through the sessions throughout the day. I think you have done a marvelous job in recapping all the important key messages and important lessons and insights that have been shared. I think in all the sessions, they have really highlighted why it is important for business to integrate sustainability or ESG into their business strategies, ranging from building trust and integrity in their organizations, maintaining access
markets or developing new markets. And I think we had the example of Omni and how they had to redefine and relook at their business operations in light of changes in their market. And what I can also say is that the cause for business is driven and play a leading role in addressing socioeconomic challenges is increasing. As we are observing across the continent, advocates and social movements are increasingly being engaged on the governance of resources obtaining in our countries, as well as particularly paying attention on the benefit from these resources. Ideally, our resources should spur greater economic participation and inclusion and help address some of the persistent development challenges among these poverty, unemployment, deepening inequality, infrastructure, as well as energy security, among others. The impact of COVID-19, climate change, loss of biodiversity, human rights considerations have heightened calls for business to show greater focus, be more accountable, create value for a broader range of stakeholders, and not just focus on their shareholders. And different sessions and our panel speakers have really provided better insights and experiences on how they are managing these expectations within their own businesses. Leadership and expectations for responsible business conduct are also emerging from other non-traditional actors, including the investor community, as exemplified by the growing number of assets under management that are integrating ESG principles, as well as sustainable finance initiatives. We heard from the IFC in this regard and what the World Bank Group is doing. Businesses operating on our continent need to be alert to these growing trends to remain competitive in attracting finance as well as in maintaining markets. I must also just share that you might be aware of that the EU is actually working on a corporate sustainability reporting directive that will be applicable from 2024 if all goes according to plan. The directive will compel upwards of 50,000 companies within the EU to report sustainability-related performance. These expectations to be accountable and transparent on sustainability impacts will more than likely extend to global supply chains in order for companies along these supply chains to maintain business relations with these EU companies. I'm also happy that as GRI, we have been invited by the EU to co-construct the EU sustainability reporting standards that will accompany the directive that I mentioned. So companies that are reporting in accordance with the GRI standards are more than likely to be well placed to meet the expectations of the upcoming EU sustainability standards. Lastly, I also want to point to one topic that Oreva and I really touched on during last session, I think last week, our youth demographic dividend as a continent. For decades, if not centuries, natural resources obtaining on the continent have presented a comparative advantage, notwithstanding the fact that these have largely been exported in their raw forms with minimal value addition in some cases. But looking into the future, the continent's young population will also present a comparative advantage. Population projections indicate that by 2030, 75% of the population on the continent will be below the age of 35. Currently, 60% of the population is below 25 years old. Besides sustained domestic markets, I think we now need to also explore the question of what does this demographic dividend mean for businesses operating on the continent, especially in view of prevailing unemployment and inequality. How can businesses make the continent's resources work for the youth? And how can business enable the youth to work for the continent? With the foregoing in mind, the question that we should also be looking at is, what does the leadership pivot for a sustainable Africa look like? And from the sessions today, we have heard how businesses are responding to this challenge. We need to strengthen the role that businesses are playing, strengthen the business leadership, as well as to accelerate corporate actions. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the important role of partnerships as we have had, and the Sustainable Development Goals really provide a framework to further business contribution towards developing or transforming our continent towards sustainable development paths. With this, I would like to reiterate our gratitude to the LBS for the opportunity to collaborate with us, and we look forward to our strengthened collaboration going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Douglas. I think I don't have much to add, apart from to say a big thank you to everyone, to DRI, all our speakers, to everyone who's attended and made this an actual forum and not just a webinar. Thank you so much. And just to build on what Douglas said, we've seen a lot that's happening in the private sector, and even organizations like the Lagos Business School, we are playing our part, and partnerships do work. So I'm going to share an announcement to show you of something that we are going to be launching in next year, but has already been announced. So the Lagos Business School, working with Ford Foundation, and also housed in the LBS Sustainability Center, will have launched a $1 million fund to create the Innocent Chukwuma Social Impact Chair and Youth Fellowship, which is going to be designed to support youths in Nigeria, particularly to develop their innovations, their businesses, their ideas, their policy contributions to lead to real social impact in our country and on our continent. So please look out for that next year, and to also share that with your youth contacts who can benefit from the fellowship. So I'll stop share here and hand over back to Moyo. Over to you, Moyo.
Thank you very much. That is the lead facilitator and manager of the Lagos Business School Sustainability Center, Uriva Taya. Thank you so much for that. And thank you also to the Director of Global Reporting Initiative, Douglas Katibu. However, I think it's a good time to say thank you to everyone for being a part of this. I think we have a video that should close this before we say our goodbyes. All right then. Okay.
Let me, on behalf of the Dean of Lagos Business School, Professor Chris Ogbeche, welcome you specially to this closing ceremony of your program.
The Sustainability Waste Management Program has been an eye-opener to me as a person. I've gained so much clarity in my business. Now I can actually go to my business and know that I know what I'm doing. Branding, business ethics, name it all, have been very impactful throughout the program.
This program actually improved my understanding of the circular economy beyond just collecting waste and then selling to manufacturers. It has helped me to understand that the circular economy is not just collecting, and disposing waste. There's an economics to it, and for it to make sense, you have to also include that part into the process.
Because we know this opportunity is there in in waste, that's what we tap in. So if you start looking at waste as waste, then I think that's where the error is. You need to start looking at waste as what? Resources. Waste as resources where you can get people who will recycle to turn to product, some will convert it to steam to generate power.
Solid waste generally, solid waste, when we talk about municipal waste, is something that people see in old times as the job for the low part of the society. But that's changing very well. It's changing rapidly. And I must attest to that. Look at people that we see involved in waste management 15, 20 years ago to what we have now. Majority of the stakeholders in the business will be millionaires, already millionaires. And it's because they can see value in waste. Waste is not waste until it's fully wasted. And I'll challenge anyone who can fully waste waste.
Before I joined the program, I'd always adopted the linear economy method where I buy things, I use them, and I throw them away. But having joined this program, I understand what circular economy is, and I feel like it is the way to go, where everything that you use, that you have around you, can be reused for a better and a greater value. So much that the goods today is now the resources for the future.
You're all in the sustainable waste sector. How does the consumer feel about what you sell? It's always very important. Sometimes when we're deciding on what attributes we want to be known for, it's not enough to say, I am known for this because my grandfather started this business. And therefore, this thing, because I believe in it, the whole world will believe. It doesn't always work like that.
This program specifically addressed two things in our business, the management structure and also partnerships. The other thing that this program helped me to understand more, importantly, is the fact that the recycling business is a business and it should be run as one. It's not charity, it's not an NGO. We have to run it as a business and make sure that it makes sense in the long run economically.
Today, I met with the MD of Loma. We had an extensive conversation on how our company can partner with Lagos State and have aggregates of metal scrap in different local governments in Lagos State, and that was for me a very worthwhile conversation. So I want to say a big thank you to Lagos Business School for creating this platform where we can meet the major stakeholders in the waste management.
The program has helped me to understand that the regular way of doing things, which is the take, make and use, can actually be put into positive practice, which is refurbishment. Look for other alternative ways to get these materials back into the economy. So I'm really grateful that the Lagos Business Sustainable Waste Management Program has opened my eyes to see that nothing is actually regarded as waste until we wastefully waste it.
Why I decided to come to Lagos Business School is because it offers an extraordinary learning experience for anyone who is keen on improving all-round quality as a manager.
Lagos Business School is seen as that prestige school that could afford me in terms of network, in terms of quality of class participants that I was going to meet, in terms of even the teaching itself.
At this stage of my career, I had to develop more skills to be able to perform properly in the office that I've been promoted to. And there was no better place for me to gain such valuable skills than Lagos Business School.
I believe that it would give me an added advantage, a competitive added advantage in my career. And I have realized that it would also help in my personal growth. things that I've learned here in terms of formulating strategy, getting people's buy-in for you to implement strategy. You don't need everybody's consensus. You don't need consensus to be able to, move on with the strategy. How do you monitor the strategy?
Cost accounting, financial management have been revealing courses for me during this period. And I think that it has opened a side of, my experience, my knowledge, that I know would be very impactful in making the changes I need in my organization.
Communication. How you say some things, when you say some things would go a very, very long way. Communication is key for me. That I would be taking back to my company. I have learned that there are different leadership styles. There is no one-way street to leadership. I have learned that a combination of people can come together and still achieve a certain goal.
And I understand how to evaluate your business from a cost perspective. I have better understanding of cost management, a better understanding of financial management, everything I was lacking before I came here, and then ability to make difficult decisions, was a challenge. But now I have evaluate the facts, I analyze the facts, and decision making is almost it's easy sort of now.
In the next few years, I am confident that with the knowledge and resources that I have now learned from Lagos Business School, I can confidently start my own business and change the world in my own little way.
I see myself taking charge of the business, as a general manager, and these are the skills one needs to be able to manage a business, to see from different angles and make strategic decisions.
It would impact my career in the sense that I know who I am better now, and I'm ready to interact with the different kinds of people that I will eventually come across as I climb the ladder. Because again, as they say, the higher you go, the thinner the air. So I believe I'm ready for that. I'm ready for the next step.
My advice for my peers who are on the fence about whether to come to Lagos Business School or not, I would tell them that they should take this chance. Lagos Business School offers a fantastic learning experience, and there's a chance that once they come here, they would probably come again.
I would recommend LBS to my peers, to my subordinates, and even to my leaders, to the people that I report to. There's something in it for everybody at different levels, vertically and horizontally.
The SMP program is all-encompassing. It's an awesome experience. There's theory, there's more practical. It's the values you learn from here are invaluable. It's awesome. So those that are still sitting on the fence, I would say no. Just take the decision and come right away. What you gain from here will impact your life for a very long time, and it will make a tremendous difference in the way you see things, in the way you approach things, and even for me, especially my ethical values now have changed, because the way I see ethics, the way I used to look at it before, has changed totally. So it's really an awesome experience.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure this is where we say thank you very much for being a part of today's session. The value is definitely something you want to, share with friends, collaborators, and everyone you think should know about this. Make sure you use the hashtag across social media platforms. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. West African time, we're going to be here again for the second day, and in fact, the concluding version of the entire conference. So please make sure you join us 10 a.m. tomorrow, West African time, and let's have very interesting conversation and make that commitment together to take it into action and do what we need to do to create a sustainable economy. Thank you so much for being here. My name again is Moyo Soralua Elesho Tefia, and it's been a pleasure being the moderator for this conference. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.